they need help, Bush can provide it. It's a simple. One of our delegate surveys on what the delegates feel about the choice of a running mate. Our affiliates around the country have made their own survey of the delegates' choices, and we've been reporting these results from time to time, as you've seen. And here is how the balloting came out in 3 states in the upper Middle West. In Wisconsin, George Bush runs far ahead of Jack Kemp, who is in 2nd place. Howard Baker comes in 3rd. This poll was taken by station WTMJ TV in Milwaukee. In Minnesota, Bush and Baker are tied in delegate preference. Baker again trails behind the 2 leaders. This survey was made by WTCN in Minneapolis and KBJR-TV in Duluth. Minnesota, of course, is the home of the current vice president, Walter Mondale. And finally, in the state of Iowa, where this whole political season began, Bush is far in front of his rivals, as you see there. Very popular in Iowa, where he won the primary. Stations WHO-TV in Des Moines and KWWL-TV in Waterloo took that poll. And the results in these states, in the upper Middle West and on the plains, tally with the general overall results that we've had, which show that Bush is preferred over any other candidate among delegates to this convention. David?
John, we have been hearing that Gerald Ford's name has been sweeping the floor out here, sweeping over the floor out here. There's only one floor it could sweep over where it would really matter, and that's the 69th floor of the Detroit Plaza Hotel where Ronald Reagan is living. We'll be back in a moment. Here in Joe Louis Arena, the Republicans are moving toward doing what they came here to do, nominate Ronald Reagan. Before that, the keynote speech, which will be along in a few minutes. In the meantime, Jessica Savage is on the podium and is talking to Drew Lewis of the Republican National Committee. Jessica?
David, Drew is deputy chairman of the Republican National Committee, and he is also kind of Ronald Reagan's man with the party. What can you tell us about the vice presidential situation?
Jessica, I hate to duck you on that one, but I really think I have to tonight. I'm going to support the governor's choice, and I think his choice is going to please us all, and we'll all know by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
You're on record as saying you wanted a moderate. Basically, you wanted George Bush. Would Gerald Ford satisfy your need and the people that you talked to, their need for a moderate? Would that be acceptable?
That'd be very acceptable to me. I think President Ford would be an outstanding running mate for the governor, and I think they'd make a great team. I'd be delighted with that ticket.
It is still a toss-up between Ford and Bush, is it not?
You're saying that, I'm not.
Are you not?
Until the governor makes the final decision, I'm going to abide by his decision. I do have to say that Gerald Ford and George Bush are very attractive to me, but yet we have a country with 50 states, and we have to carry the whole country.
You've left a lot of other people who were among those being considered for the vice presidency out of the lineup there. We sort of have focused up on Bush and Ford. Could we say that those really are the two?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, there could be another one at some later time, and if there was, I would support that person. I remember in 1976, I went to bed and I thought it was somebody, and I had met with President Ford that night, woke up the next morning, it was Dole. So surprises happen, and I'm going to support the Governor Reagan's choice.
Are there meetings going on right now to decide that?
To the best of my knowledge, there are no meetings right now. I think there will be later this evening, and there were some just a short while ago.
Drew Lewis, Deputy Chairman, Republican National Committee, thank you very much. Now to Garrett Utley on the floor.
With Senator Jesse Helms of North Carolina, who has just now arrived at the convention hall. Senator Helms, you have said that if George Bush is picked by Ronald Reagan, that you would put your name in nomination as a protest against the Bush choice by Reagan. There's now a lot of talk that Gerald Ford might come around. Would that satisfy you?
I think that would be a super ticket, and it would solve every problem that I can think of. I was very fond of former President Ford, and I campaigned vigorously for him when he won the nomination in '76. I think it would be an answer to a lot of prayers.
Well, one problem you face right now is Gerald Ford hasn't yet said yes, and there's no certain sign that he is going to say yes. Do you think he will agree?
I hear both ways from knowledgeable sources. You know how that goes. But
if it isn't Ford, if he says no to Ronald Reagan, finally and definitively, and it is George Bush, because that seems to be the consensus right now, you will go ahead with putting your name in
well,
nomination?
we're taking a good hard look at it. Some of my associates are telling me that we have to do it. Ultimately, I will have to make the judgment on that, and I haven't made the judgment yet.
And you do that even though it might be embarrassing to...
Well, I don't think it would be embarrassing. There'll be a number of candidates' names put in the nomination as favorite sons, and I hope I'm sort of favorite with the North Carolina.
Have you been in touch with the Reagan people, or have they been in touch with you about this?
I cannot be because of the independent campaign we're running in North Carolina. It would be against the law, and it's a little awkward for me because I have been sort of cut off from Governor Reagan.
But still, you would accept Gerald Ford and George Bush. That's your position now.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to be final on the second part. I just don't know George Bush that well.
I see. Thank you very much. Senator Jesse Helms from North Carolina. Now over to Tom Brokaw.
Thank you, Garrick. This is Mary Louise Smith, former chairman of the Republican National Committee. She is from Iowa and a Bush delegate, and she knows Gerald Ford very well. You wouldn't be unhappy with the idea of Gerald Ford on the ticket?
No, and Gerald Ford is beloved in Iowa, but of course there's all this Bush support because it's carried over from our caucuses that went so strongly for George.
Now, realistically, what do you think the chances are that Gerald Ford, you know them both, Gerald and Betty Ford, that he's going to take this full court precedent that's being described?
I have not thought that it was realistic, and I would almost have to hear it from his own lips, but that does not mean it hasn't changed today.
Would you be willing to engage in any kind of an attempt to sweep the floor of this convention and try to move it right into Gerald Ford's hotel suite and say, Mr. President, you must do this on behalf of the country?
You mean and take it off of the convention floor with urging him to go? I think it's going to be decided by the candidate, and we're going to have word pretty soon who his selection is, and I think that's the way it should be.
You sound as if we ought not to get too terribly excited about some of these boomwhoops that are moving around the floor here, Mrs. Smith.
Well, I have.
You've been at a lot of these conventions.
You bet I have, Tom. And I firmly believe that it is the unique prerogative of the candidate that we've selected to make that decision. I think it will be ever thus.
Mary Louise Smith, who will be appearing here later tonight, making one of the seconding speeches for Ronald Reagan. Now here's Chris Wallace.
Down on the floor with Bob Dole of Kansas, who was one of the participants in those meetings with Gerald Ford.
Clear impression he hasn't made up his mind.
And this is, did he talk to you? He talked to you directly about what his feelings were at the time?
Well, we had a good discussion.
Senator, do you think he's going to take it?
I don't know. I just hope he takes it. I told him I'd get down on my knees if it would help.
Is he seriously considering it, or are we involved in some kind of public relations here?
Oh, no, I don't think Jerry Ford needs any public relations. We need Jerry Ford. I mean, it's not a question what he needs, it's what our country needs. To have two giants on the Republican ticket would be most impressive.
We understand he's been offered a role as a kind of assistant president.
From Reagan?
Is that true?
Is it a matter of what will he be offered? In other words, are we looking for something from Ronald Reagan right now?
Again, I don't know. I know they met again late this afternoon. That would be a matter for them to discuss. I think they met privately without any of the rest of us around. As I watched an interview just a few moments ago, I think the door is open.
We're talking about a role as an assistant president rather than a vice president?
I'd be willing to divide the Oval Office. You know, I'll go as far as you need to go.
Would Reagan do that?
How do you do that, sir?
Well, I don't know. That'd be up to the two of them.
How do you do that?
They can work that out.
Is that constitutional?
You mean architecturally?
How would you bet on it right now? If you had to put your money on it, is he going to take
I wouldn't want to bet. Somebody from home might be watching. We don't gamble in Kansas.
Senator Dole, thanks very much. Now back to the anchor booth.
Well, maybe he's right about Kansas. I'm not so sure. It is. It's interesting to me, David, that as you know, there were some of the Reagan people who believed that they ought to get this whole vice presidential thing settled today. And the reason for that is that tomorrow is Reagan's big moment. It's his acceptance speech tomorrow night. And those Friday morning headlines in the newspapers and the newscasts following the acceptance speech are terribly important to them. Where they are now, because of this dalliance with President Ford and the failure to come down and announce a running mate today is that tomorrow will be an extraordinarily busy day, and there will be many different signals coming out of the Republican Party. One of them, I think it has to be done by about 10 or 11 o'clock tomorrow morning Detroit time. One of them apparently will be the announcement of who the running mate finally is. And then about 12 hours later, Ronald Reagan will be in this hall delivering what may be the most important speech of his life. So we'll have those two stories to deal with, and it would at least have been neater and better for Ronald Reagan for us to have had only one story to deal with, his appeal to the millions of people who will be watching.
Neatness is not often found in political conventions. A recent occupant of the office of Vice President said that the principal duty falling on him was to call the White House once a day and ask about the president's health. So this business about dividing the office and so on, when you get down to it, is nonsense. It can't be done.
Well, when Senator Dole said we'll divide the Oval Office right down the middle, it seems to me that he didn't intend it that way, I'm pretty sure. But if I were Ronald Reagan and I were watching this program, I'd say, hey, fellas, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to be the president.
That's my office. That's...
Don't build partitions in the
That's
office.
Right. You're giving it all to Jerry Ford. So that anyway, I don't know who'll write this. Maybe Teddy White will write it all down in a year or two. But what is going on this day with these meetings and people moving around Detroit, although we can't bring it to you, nobody knows the whole story, is really, I think, extremely exciting.
When we do know it, we'll tell you about it. In the meantime, we'll be back in a moment. We're here, Joe Louis Arena, Tom Pettit on the floor. Tom?
David, Senator Harrison Schmitt of New Mexico, head of Americans for Change, one of those institutions for raising money, which has been under attack by the Common Cause organization, but a staunch supporter of Reagan. Here's a Reagan delegate, doubtful that Ford would accept the second spot.
Yeah, of course, I've been in communication with Ford for most of the last year in anticipation that he might make a try for the nomination. And I canvassed the Senate for him when he was looking at it fairly seriously in March. And in all those conversations, I never had any inclination. In fact, I had very specific statements from him that it was not he felt it was not the appropriate thing for him to do, is to take the vice presidential slot. And it's more than just a constitutional issue, I think.
You would like to see George Bush.
I think all things considered, George Bush would be the best choice for Governor Reagan at this time. But of course, it's his choice, and I know he has considerations other than those that I might make. But I think it would be a good choice, and I think supported by the convention.
Well, you're raising enough money to help his cause. I should think you'd have an opinion that would be respected.
Well, of course, speaking on now with the Americans for Change hat on, we think that our efforts in his behalf would be best served by a broad national ticket. Now, George Bush is conservative, let's face it, but he's perceived to be more moderate than Reagan. Whether that's true or not is something we could debate for a while, but that's the perception. And it's probably relatively accurate. He also hasn't had to make any decisions on any of the issues that sort of put negatives on one or more of the other candidates. So he comes in pretty strong in that respect.
Do you think that Ford and Reagan would be a compatible ticket? Or I should state that Reagan and Ford.
I think it'd be a compatible ticket, but I think when you look at the presidency, I think you'd see that Reagan and Bush probably could work together more as a team. John Harmer, who's on my committee, was former lieutenant governor of California for 8 years, and he said that that's what Reagan likes to have. He likes to have somebody who work as part of the team.
Okay, Senator, we'll go to our team in the mood.
Yes, and we're going down to the floor now to hear the address to this convention by the chairman of the Republican National Committee, former senator from Tennessee, Bill Brock.
Well, it's nice to be in the greatest convention in the whole world, right here in Detroit. I am delighted to be with you. Thank you.
Uh-oh.
I saw an unemployed black worker talking on the morning newscast. Fabulous story. She said she's always voted Democratic, but this year she's going to vote for Ronald Reagan. And I like that. Things are about to change in America. And I ask that we let that change begin tonight. The opportunity is here. Polls say our party is better liked and more respected than at any time in decades. The clear majority of Americans believe Republicans are better able to deal with inflation, high taxes, and foreign humiliation. It feels great to be a Republican this year, and I'm excited about that fact. We are on our way up. It feels great to win, and that's what we're going to do in Congress and in the Senate, in state legislatures, in cities and towns across this entire land. This is a new party, like all Americans. We don't like being in second place, and we don't intend to stay there. But before we get too caught up in the euphoria of this fantastic night at this great convention, I think perhaps we should reflect for a moment or two on our larger purpose, the restoration of hope, optimism, and unity to this country of ours. We Republicans have done a lot for ourselves over the past few years. With enormous effort and commitment, we've rebuilt our party and revitalized it to the point that we can be optimistic about the chance for victory in November. But now we need to take the next step. We need help, a lot of it. We need the support of people who are not traditionally Republican if we're going to really restore this country of ours to the greatness it is known through its entire history. We need to join hands with all of our neighbors to form a new coalition. It has to be a coalition that embraces everyone. It has to be a coalition rooted in the true values of family, neighborhood, and work. It has to be a coalition that unites people and brings them together on the basis of shared values and shared beliefs. It has to be that, or it won't be a winning coalition at all. So tonight we reach out to all Americans seeking to unite in common purpose with the men and women of this land whose work and sacrifice and effort continue to keep the American dream alive. We are reaching out to young families whose dreams of buying a home or securing a better education for their children than they had are coming to an end. We say, join us. Let us make a new beginning. To older Americans whose life savings evaporate with inflation, we say, join us. Join us for a new beginning. To blacks, Hispanics, ethnics, immigrants, and Native Americans who are not ready for their dreams to die, we say, join us, and let us begin anew. The American dream has been real for generations. We can get it back again, and that's our larger purpose. We don't oppose Jimmy Carter just because he's a Democrat. We oppose him because his administration has been a disaster for America. And we don't oppose the people who control Congress just because they're Democrats. We oppose them because they've made Congress a disaster for working men and women in this country. It is not enough to criticize Jimmy Carter and his crippling administration. It is not enough to lambast his shredded promises. Rather, we should look to ourselves and ensure that we provide the compassion, the courage to deliver the promise upon which this nation was built.
Bill Brock, chairman of the Republican National Committee. In Washington, we have invited this week, as we will in August during the Democratic Convention, observers from the other party to watch what is being done here and to listen to what is being said here, and then to make, no doubt, caustic comments about it. They are in Washington with Bill Monroe. Bill?
Thank you, David. And some of their comments have been fairly genial so far. Right next to me, Ambassador Robert Strauss, former Democratic National Chairman and now Carter Campaign Chairman, and next to him, Senator Joseph Biden of Delaware. Senator, we've been hearing a lot of talk, as everybody else has, about a possible Reagan-Ford ticket. What would you think of such a ticket?
Well, I would think it would initially help Governor Reagan. Governor Reagan, I think, needs help in terms of the question of experience, Washington contacts, whether or not he's presidential, and I think at first blush it would be a very positive thing for the Republican ticket.
A lot of the Republicans in Detroit are saying this is the ticket they would most like to have. As a Democrat, is it the ticket you would least like to see the Republicans advance?
Quite frankly, I would be less worried about a Ford ticket. With a Ford ticket, a Reagan-Ford ticket, by the time we get around in November, one of the things that Reagan's tax policies, foreign policy pronunciations, and all the rest, laying all the troubles of America on the back of Jimmy Carter, I think evaporate as they are scrutinized, but even more so as you have to turn to your running mate, former President Ford, and say, by the way, Jerry, it was you that didn't send up that budget, wasn't it? Or you didn't bill that, or you were forestalled, or so on and so forth. So I would think it'd become very difficult for him.
We'll be getting back here shortly, and we'll hear from Ambassador Strauss. Right now, back to David in Detroit.
Thank you. Sorry to miss Ambassador Strauss. I always want to hear what he has to say. We will hear from them again, and again during the Democratic Convention we'll invite some Republicans to observe and to give their views on what they see. We'll be back in a moment.
Some of the Republicans who have been meeting, or who did meet at different times today with former President Ford, are here now, delegates to the convention assembling to hear the keynote speech and other speeches, which are coming along in about a half an hour. I think we'll get the keynote. Among them is the governor of Illinois, James Thompson, and he's on the floor with Garrick Utley.
Governor Thompson of Illinois, who was at the meeting today with Gerald Ford, although you're not admitting it, I understand.
No, I was asked by Bill Casey, who's Governor Reagan's campaign manager, not to discuss what was said during any of my meetings today, and I respect what Bill Casey asked me to do, and so I'll simply say I met with Chairman Brock at the request of Chairman Brock and Governor Reagan, together with other Republican Party leaders on the issue of the vice presidency. We've spent about 8 hours together today, and then we broke up. That's all I can say.
Well, what do you think about the idea, if you don't want to talk about the details of a Ford meeting? What about a Ford running as a running mate with Ronald Reagan, vis-a-vis Bush as the running mate?
If this convention nominates a Reagan-Ford ticket, I think that ticket would be stupendous. It would be the best the Republicans could possibly put together.
Better than Bush as a running mate?
The best they could put together.
Governor Thompson, thank you very much. Governor Thompson from Illinois. Now over to Tom Brokaw.
All right. Thank you very much. I just had a long walk down the corridor out here as former President Ford was leaving to go back to the hotel to, as he put it, to watch his friend Guy Vanderjack make the keynote address tonight. I said, has there been any change since this morning on the Today program when you said you stand by your original position, that you are not a candidate and you don't expect to be? And he said, there is no change in my position. I phrased it another way. I said, I understand that you have alerted the Reagan people that they should prepare for the distinct possibility that you will not accept it. And the president looked at me and smiled. He said, Tom, I put it stronger than that. I am saying I am not a candidate and I do not expect to be. I have not changed my position whatsoever. I then said, Senator Griffin said to me tonight he thought the chances were better today as a result of these series of meetings that you had than they were earlier that you would accept. Well, he said that's not the case. That's the report from President Ford. We'll be back with more convention coverage in a moment.
Live from Joe Louis Arena in Detroit, Michigan, NBC News reports the 1980 Republican National Convention. Brought to you in part by McDonnell Douglas, builders of the DC-10, now serving 90 nations, flying 1 million miles a day. reporting from the NBC News Convention Center in Joe Louis Arena. Here is John Chancellor.
And David Brinkley. And here's where we stand as of this hour. The keynote speech by Congressman Guy Vanderjagt of Michigan is coming up, I would think, within the next few minutes, certainly in this half hour. The whole hall is talking about efforts being made by some Republicans to persuade former President Gerald Ford to get on the ticket with Ronald Reagan at its head. We're not sure where that stands. No one is sure where that stands as of the moment. And I hear that Mr. Ford is now making a number of conditions for taking and accepting this nomination.
I gather he doesn't want to cut ribbons and crown beauty contest winners, for which we could hardly blame him. But a vice president doesn't have to do that anyway if he doesn't want to. The vice presidency is an absolutely sovereign office. He has virtually nothing to do, and anything he is asked to do, if he doesn't want to do it, he doesn't have to. He can say to the president, I am not going to cut ribbons. I'm not going to all these chicken dinners in out-of-the-way places. And the president can do absolutely nothing about it. So Ford doesn't have to ask for conditions. He can set his own.
Well, and apparently, from what we hear, he's beginning to set some, and we don't know where this will stand. It may be announced later tonight. It may be announced early tomorrow morning. It will have to be announced before lunch, Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow. Marvin Kalb, who covers foreign affairs for NBC News, has some observations on this side of the story. Marvin?
Well, John, I just talked to a source who is very close to former President Ford. And this source believes, on the basis of his conversations with Ford today, that there has been a, quote, major change in Ford's position in the last 24 hours. I asked this source why, and he said because the former president believes that the nation now faces an emergency in domestic and international affairs, and that he is prepared to put aside whatever reservations he had in the past and to give, quote, serious consideration to the possibility of running with Ronald Reagan. According to this source, Ford has discussed, quote, terms, and the source says there is now a 50-50 chance in his mind that Ford will in fact agree to run with Reagan. The source said that within perhaps a matter of hours, this news could become hard news. One clue that this may happen is that former Secretary of State Kissinger was supposed to leave here today to return to Washington. He has met with Ford several times today, has delayed his departure until tomorrow. David?
Thank you. We will keep on top of this. It is unfolding gradually like an artichoke, and we will eventually find out what will happen, what's going to happen, and bring it to you. In the meantime, there is, we understand, a petition, is it, being circulated around the floor for signatures? So we're going to Jessica Savage on the podium, who will tell us what it's about. Jessica?
Well, it's a petition of sorts, David. What it is Michigan Governor George Romney, we understand, is trying to get a petition together to bring Gerald Ford's nomination or a discussion of Gerald Ford's nomination before the entire convention. A couple of the assistant parliamentarians up here are telling me they're looking through all the records to see if there's any kind of precedent-setting move or maneuver that can be done like this, and they're checking it out now. They say it's doubtful, but it's possible. In the meantime, we're getting a lot of words of these petitions, and what would happen at that point would be everybody at the convention, on the convention floor, would try to get a groundswell going for Gerald Ford, and we'll keep tabs on it for you. David?
Well, as I say...
Okay, we won't be going to the booth. Instead, we'll be going to Tom Pettit on the floor. Tom?
Jessica, I'm not quite on the floor. I'm a couple of levels above it in the spectators section with Donald Rumsfeld, one of the men who has been mentioned as a possible vice presidential candidate. Mr. Rumsfeld, are you still waiting for the call, or have you now boiled it down to Mr. Ford and Mr. Bush?
No, I'm not waiting for anything. I'm wishing him all well and hoping he makes a decision that he's pleased with and that turns out to be a winning Republican ticket.
Does it sound to you as if former President Ford is considering running in the number 2 spot?
Well, you know, there's nothing like a convention for confusion. I just read that wire service story. I don't have the vaguest idea what he really said. And there's no question but that he was an outstanding president, and he would add tremendously to this ticket.
You know him rather well, having served under him. Would you support him as vice president?
Oh, enthusiastically. If that's what he wanted to do and that's what Governor Reagan wanted, that would be wonderful.
Given his refusal, and apparently they're courting him very, very heavily to take the number 2 spot, given his decision as no, is it Bush then?
Oh, goodness, I have no idea. I have not talked to Governor Reagan. I have not talked to anyone in his staff about it. I just flew in from Chicago after some meetings there. You're asking the wrong one. I'm not really one to spread rumors around, and I just don't know.
You do answer the phone, though, when it rings.
Only if I'm there.
Thank you very much, Donald Rumsfeld. Chris?
Richard Schweiker was the man that Ronald Reagan wanted as his running mate 4 years ago, and he was in a meeting with Ronald Reagan last night to discuss the Ford situation. Senator Schweiker, how much does Ronald Reagan want Gerald Ford on the ticket?
Well, 3 governors and 3 senators met last night for 3 hours, and all we discussed basically was getting Gerald Ford on the ticket, and I had the impression that everyone was very supportive of that and thought it would be the ideal ticket. So we appointed a committee, a small group, select friends of President Ford, to meet with him today and to ask him to reconsider. That's occurred. And of course, there's been a subsequent Reagan-Ford meeting this evening, which indicates he is rethinking it. I think it's a distinct possibility.
What was Reagan saying?
Well, I think Reagan saw the wisdom of it. I think he saw the fact we could unify the party in one fell swoop. I think he saw the fact he could make use of Jerry Ford's expertise in foreign and defense affairs, and I think he saw it made an awful lot of sense.
Is he really willing to share power with Jerry Ford, really willing to talk about an assistant president rather than a vice president?
My experience with Governor Reagan in '76 is a man who's very generous and very willing to share, and there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that if that was the key ingredient of getting Jerry Ford or not getting Jerry Ford, the answer is yes, he would do it.
Senator Schweiker, thanks very much. Now back to John Chancellor.
Thank you. The keynote speech coming up here in a few minutes. We'll be having a talk with the Republican National Chairman, Bill Brock, who's just finished his speech, and we'll have those things after this.
In this factory, we build the McDonnell Douglas DC-10 jetliner. I'm Pete Conrad. I came to work here because I learned firsthand as a Navy pilot and astronaut about the kind of product this company builds. Spacecraft, fighters, jetliners. You can depend on them. The DC-10 is a prime example. We build the 10 with a remarkable combination of space-age automation and meticulous hand craftsmanship. It's one of the most thoroughly tested airliners ever built. It's been certified by the U.S. government. I think it's significant that the DC-10 has passed tests just as demanding in their own way as those required of U.S. Air Force fighters. Today, more than 300 DC-10s are in service, linking 90 countries, flying 1 million miles a day. The DC-10, I wouldn't put my integrity on the line for anything less.
Dodge challenges Datsun 200SX with a front-wheel drive Dodge 024. In an independent test, 50 people planning to buy an import compared a Dodge 024 to a Datsun 200SX Deluxe hatchback for styling, features, driving ease, riding comfort. Based on this, they prefer the Dodge 024 to the Datsun by a score of 30 to 20.
Compare for yourself. The new Chrysler Corporation has the front-wheel drive cars to challenge the imports right now.
We are here in Joe Louis Hall out on NBC's, shall I say, front porch, lacking only geraniums and a barbecue. Bill Brock, chairman of the Republican National Committee, who has just finished speech and has come up here. How are you? I'm great. Like your speech? If you were going to order the signs printed for the vice presidential announcement, what name would you have put on them, Bill?
I don't know. It could be Ford, it could be Bush, 2 or 3 others that are still, I think, being considered. But I really don't know that there's I know that there has not been an absolutely final decision as far as right now.
That they are close to it?
Yes, they are.
You, as national chairman, cannot express any preference? Can you?
Not really.
Okay. When do you think we will hear it, tonight or tomorrow? we have heard both. We talked to some Reagan people today who said they would like to announce it tonight and get it all out of the way so tomorrow will be clear for the governor in his speech. You any guess on that?
I would like to see it announced tonight, and I've talked to them about it. I think it would be a very exciting event to nominate Governor Reagan and perhaps let him announce his vice president to the same assembly. But if they can do that, it would be fun. We again are not very sure that it's going to happen yet.
You have spent years in Washington, been involved in the whole scene there for quite a long time. I would like to ask your opinion not about any particular candidate, but about an idea that has been discussed here of having not co-presidents, but a vice president who is actively and deeply involved in decision-making and running the government. Do you think that's possible?
Yes, I think it's not only possible, I think it's essential. I have just been worried sick for the last several years over the growing burden, the impossible burden on the one person. And we really have got to find some way to share that load and extend it out so that others can carry a part of the burden. It would make for a stronger presidency. It would make for a stronger country. It would give the leadership time to really sit back and think. And I think that's the problem that maybe Carter has. He really hadn't had a chance to draw back from the process and think. He's so enmeshed in details that he cannot govern effectively in the larger sense. I'd love to see something like that, and we've wrestled with it a lot.
Well, how would you do it? Would you put the vice president in charge of what?
Well, you could have the vice president take a part of a segment of government, domestic side, or maybe even some of the foreign. But I tend to think that it might be better to use the vice president as sort of an executive vice president in the corporate sense, where the decisions were funneled through him. Let him coordinate all the cabinet, the National Security Council, the Office of Management and Budget, and let the president really be more of the policy person, a chairman of the board that sets the tone of the administration and really does oversee the process to see that it is all working and meshing well. I think that step seems to make more sense.
I don't refer particularly to Reagan. Would the President of the United States, any president, be willing to have his authority diluted like that?
I'm not sure that's a dilution. It seems to me that would give the president time to do what he must do, and that's to think, to manage in a larger sense, to engage in the most important part of that job, and that's to maintain the peace by relating with international leaders, drawing upon that resource to establish a better and a more harmonious world. I think it might be a strengthening of the presidency, not a weakening at all.
All right, Bill, when you hear some news, call us first, will you? Thanks for coming by. Now, where did you say to send it? John?
Well, we have heard from Bill Brock, who was an able senator and a very good chairman of the Republican Party, a little lecture on government and how it might be improved by having a sort of co-president and executive vice president in the White House. There's one question you ought to ask yourself. If George Bush, Richard Lugar, or Jack Kemp were being talked about tonight as a possible running mate for Ronald Reagan, do you think that we'd be getting these little lectures on how the presidency could be improved? I doubt it very much. We're going to have another survey of what the delegates here at this convention think, and this time it's in the southern states. In the southern states, Jack Kemp does in fact have a lead over George Bush. The delegates that we surveyed, along with our affiliated stations in southern states, put Kemp ahead of Bush. Kemp is quite strong, the others back in the pack. Now let's look at some of the individual results. In Tennessee, Bush has a slender lead over Howard Baker, and Tennessee is Howard Baker's home state. Our thanks to WSM-TV in Nashville for help on that. In Mississippi, the next state in our survey, Kemp leads Bush slightly, and again, thanks to station WLBT in Jackson. And in Arkansas, where station KARK-TV conducted the survey, Bush and Baker are tied, trailed by Kemp. More than 80% of the convention delegates were polled by our affiliates across the country, and George Bush, when you add up all of the votes that we got from delegates in all of the states, got 47% of the delegate votes, more than any other vice presidential candidate. More convention coverage after this. there are at this convention about 40 to 45 delegates who are Anderson delegates. Congressman John Anderson ran as a Republican, you'll recall, in a number of primaries before he became an independent candidate for president, not a Republican candidate. But these people are still for him. 40 to 45 Republican delegates here in the hall, and we'll be hearing more as we go through some of the procedural and parliamentary motions later tonight about those Anderson delegates. And Garrett Utley has more on that story from the floor of the convention. Garrett?
Here from the Massachusetts delegation. In Massachusetts, Anderson did very well in the Republican primary earlier this year. I'm speaking to the chairman of the delegation, Representative Silvio Conte. How important will Anderson's independent candidacy be for the party, the Republican team, Reagan and whoever, come this fall in November? Is it going to hurt you in Massachusetts?
No, I don't think so. If anything, it'll hurt Carter because in Massachusetts, I feel that a lot of the liberals are very disenchanted with Carter and will go for Anderson and therefore take votes away from Carter rather than taking votes away from Reagan.
So you like the idea of an Anderson candidacy. That helps you in Massachusetts. But what about outside the state?
That's a good question. Outside the state, he could hurt some of our congressional campaigns because here again, some of the liberals who are disenchanted with Carter and disenchanted with Governor Reagan would stay home. And with Anderson running, they will come out and vote. And it's my feeling that they're not only going to vote for Carter, they're there at the polls. They say we might as well vote for the congressional candidate. They may vote for the Democrat or the liberal candidate as opposed to the Republican. So in that case, I think Anderson hurts our Republican candidates for Congress.
Thank you very much. Congressman Conte of Massachusetts. Now over to Chris Wallace.
New York is one of the states where John Anderson is thought to be strongest in the fall, and we're with Richard Rosenbaum, who used to run the Republican state party in New York. Mr. Rosenbaum, could John Anderson carry New York?
No, he has no chance, in my judgment, of carrying New York. The only role he could occupy would be that of a spoiler.
And who would he hurt more? There's a lot of debate about that, but who do you think he would hurt more, Carter or Reagan?
I think he would hurt Carter more, but he would certainly hurt both candidates.
Why do you say that?
Well, he would draw, for example, probably a fairly heavy Jewish constituency, which I think this time would go to Reagan. And in other ways, he would draw liberal voters of other faiths and other strains that would go to Carter normally.
Couldn't he hurt with some of the independent, some of the moderate Republicans in the suburbs who might normally vote Republican, but this time might go to Anderson?
Well, that would be a concern. But I think in sheer numbers, he would not hurt Reagan as much as Carter. I think, however, that as the campaign wears on, Anderson's support will erode to a great extent, and it could even become nebulous in the race in New York.
Richard Rosenbaum with the story of Anderson's strength, or lack of it, in New York. Now to David Brinkley.
Thank you. The keynote speech is coming up next. That occupies a special place in the planning of a convention. Any ordinary political speaker is supposed to look at the political opposition in view with alarm. The keynote speaker is supposed to look at the political opposition and view it with sheer terror. Guy Vanderjack of Michigan will be along shortly. Steve Delaney has a short biographical sketch of him. Steve?
David, Guy Vanderjack of Michigan got the assignment, a prestigious assignment of the keynote speech, partly because he's from Michigan, partly because he's under consideration as a vice presidential possibility, and partly because he's supposed to be a good speechmaker. There's been some suspense about this, a sort of a now you'll hear him, now you won't. How are you? Last night, Guy Vanderjack was all set to deliver the keynote speech at this convention to try to rouse the delegates and propel himself into national prominence. But the program ran late, and Vanderjack had to wait another day.
I think the additional day's buildup has put additional pressure on that. People are expecting so much. I'm not sure that I can deliver all that they're expecting, so really my mind honestly is focused on preparing that speech rather than the vice presidency.
Tonight he'll work not only in prime time, but with the full attention of the delegates. Most of them know Vanderjack has been off in the woods of northern Michigan preaching at the trees and streams.
So that their children can grow up with an even better tomorrow than is there today.
His keynote has become the second most awaited event here, next to Reagan's acceptance speech.
Vanderjagt is a former pastor, former disc jockey, former TV anchorman. He is influential among GOP congressmen and is one of those under consideration as Reagan's running mate. He knows tonight's speech is vital, and he's not bashful about his ambitions.
I have a very, very strong feeling that however small the list has been narrowed down to, that I remain on the list. And that's a feeling, nothing solid, no concrete evidence.
Vice presidential prospects have lost the nod in the past with dull speeches. But if Vanderjagt clicks tonight, he may shorten Reagan's list quite a lot and still be on it. It is probably not true that Vanderjagt's entire career rests on his performance tonight, but right now, as he gets ready for it, it would be hard to convince him of that. John?
I think it's Representative Congressman Ed Bethune from Arkansas who is going to introduce Congressman Vanderjagt. One interesting thing before we go down to the floor. Vanderjagt says he has met Ronald Reagan only 3 times, and has never had a substantive conversation with Reagan. You want to factor that in when you're thinking about this man's chances for being chosen by Reagan for an office like the vice president, for the candidacy for the vice president. Now let's go down and hear Congressman Bethune, who is going to introduce the keynote speaker.
He learned when he studied for the ministry at Yale and practiced and preached 3 summers at a little church just west of here. Just as he learned when he studied law at the University of Michigan and practiced with honor in Grand Rapids. Who better to start us on a new beginning than a man who loves his country and gives up so much to do his duty? Who better to call out to the American people than a man so eloquent and sincere that Americans everywhere will cling to and savor his every thought tonight. My fellow delegates, I ask you, do you want to hear from such a man? With one voice, do you want to hear from such a man? Do you believe there's hope? Do you want a new beginning? Do you want to hear a keynote for the future? Are you ready for the keynote speaker? Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present my colleague in the Congress from this beautiful and friendly state of Michigan, the keynote speaker, the Honorable Guy Vanderjagt.
You sure know how to make a fella feel like giving a speech. Thank you very, very much for that welcome. And thank you, Congressman Ed Bethune, for a marvelous introduction. Last night I was here, all dressed up in my brand new suit, waiting to speak to you. And I waited. And I waited and waited. And around midnight, when I peeked around the stage and looked at you, I decided you looked more like you wanted to go home and go to sleep than hear another speech. But I hope you're ready for one now. And coming to the delivery room without delivering anything last night was not without its reward. It is the great privilege and pleasure of the wives of scheduled speakers to be seated in the box with the next First Lady of the United States of America, the beautiful and lovely and warm and wonderful Nancy Reagan. And that was the privilege and pleasure of my own lovely wife, Carol, last night and tonight. She's here in an honored spot on the platform, so we get 2 rewards, and I only have to deliver 1 speech. And whether it's Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, I think I have to be the luckiest guy in America to be able to have this opportunity to try to give expression to your hopes and dreams for America as we launch this campaign. We want to make America great again, and we know that under the leadership of Ronald Reagan and a new Republican Congress, America can be great again. The American people know that too. The only malaise is in the leadership in Washington, not in our people, and that's good, because that's the source of America's greatness, and it always has been and always will be. Years ago, the French were so intrigued about our greatness, they sent a writer over here to answer one question. What is it that makes America great? He studied and wrote a book and answered the question when he said, I searched for America's greatness in her matchless Constitution, and it was not there. I searched for America's greatness in her halls of Congress, and it was not there. I searched for America's greatness in her rich and fertile fields and teeming industrial potential, and it was not there. It was not, he wrote, until I went into the heartlands of America and into her churches and met the American people that I discovered what it is that makes America great. America is great, he said, because America is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, America will cease to be great. And because the American people have never ceased being good, America can be great again. But I'm a lucky guy for another reason tonight, because except for the waiting, I have about the easiest job in America. To appreciate just how easy my job is, think for just a moment of how hard is the job of my counterpart, Mo Udall, who has to keynote the Democratic National Convention. Poor old Mo has to try to make Jimmy Carter look good. Now, that's not a hard job, that's an impossibility. But it is my easy task and great privilege to speak to you tonight about a man whose leadership America so desperately needs, our great candidate, Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan comes to this convention a winner over the finest field of presidential candidates that any party ever assembled, and we're proud of all of them. But Ronald Reagan's victory is a victory of the people, and by the people, and for the people. From the ranks of the people he comes, and for the people he speaks, oh so eloquently. When Ronald Reagan started the campaign, he did not have the support of the country clubs, the boardrooms, the media, the Washington establishment, or the Republican establishment. The only thing Ronald Reagan had was the support and loyalty and love of the people. He had that and an unmatched ability to feel and to express the hopes of the people for themselves and for America. And so the people responded to Ronald Reagan with their hearts and their minds and their votes. They responded. And so from all over America, we have come here to Detroit this week to select Ronald Reagan our standard bearer. We will go forth from Detroit to elect Ronald Reagan our president. And just as Ronald Reagan has brought unprecedented unity to our Republican Party, Ronald Reagan can bring America together for a new beginning. It is our historic opportunity as a united party to be the chosen instrument by which and through which the American people reach out to change the direction we're traveling, to restore the American dream, to make America work again, to make America great again. It is so fitting that we gather here in Detroit for Ronald Reagan to launch the crusade for a new beginning and a new greatness for America. Here in Detroit, where the stilled assembly lines, the closed factories, and the jobless workers proclaim the bankruptcy of Jimmy Carter and his policies. We feel the anguish of our people, that unemployed auto worker who has to try to explain to his little daughter why the long-promised birthday bicycle is not there because Daddy doesn't have a job anymore. And the bad news is that things didn't have to get this way. The good news is that under Ronald Reagan, things won't stay this way. The tragic news is that all of this was deliberately brought about by the Carter administration. Really, on purpose, they increased interest rates. On purpose, they tightened credit. And on purpose, last fall, the Carter Congress adopted the Carter Budget of Despair, which their chairman said was deliberately designed to slow the economy down. Slow the economy down means put people out of work. They projected it, and they succeeded. 889,000 added to the unemployment rolls in May alone. That's the biggest monthly jump in history, including the depths of the Great Depression. The pathetic answer of Jimmy Carter to this heartache is more of the same. They reject our Republican call for a tax cut to stimulate the economy as irresponsible. I say it is the height of irresponsibility to deny a desperately needed, long overdue tax stimulus to a sagging economy right now. I say that it is the height of irresponsibility and callousness to deliberately plunge 1 million more fathers into the heartache of saying, Daddy doesn't have a job anymore. Carter says that in this crisis, people have to sacrifice and make do with less while government grows and grows, 87 billion more next year alone. Republicans say, oh, no, it's the other way around. In this crisis, government ought to sacrifice and make do with less so that people can grow and work and produce again. Our system is sound and great because it's founded where all greatness has to begin upon a faith in God. That's the bedrock, and everything springs from that. And that faith is enunciated at the very beginning. In the opening words of the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that man is endowed by his Creator with certain inalienable rights. That's the source of our rights as Americans, not the government, but God. All the rest of it was set up to preserve and protect the rights that God gave us when he created us in his own image. And because our founding fathers believe that, they put our government under a constitution to give limits to government and unlimited opportunity to people. They put a Bill of Rights in that Constitution, not to guarantee what government must do for us, but to guarantee what government could never do to us, could never take away from us. Democrats understood that. Woodrow Wilson said the history of liberty is the history of the limitation of government, not the increase of it. And there are millions of good Democrats in America who agree with Woodrow Wilson and Ronald Reagan that the only limitation on liberty is too much increase of government. But the Washington establishment, big government Democrats, long separated from their own heritage and their own people, by making government ever bigger and stronger, are making people smaller and weaker. Like a great athlete who has neglected and abused and punished his own inner strength for too long, America has toppled from the top of the heap to the bottom of the heap in terms of increased productivity. It is time that we concentrated again on the inner strength that made America great in the first place. It is time that we pay just as much attention to reward and incentive to the people who do work as we do with welfare for the people who do not work. That is the way to get America working again. And we need to carry that message to every hamlet. And like that first Paul Revere, make our message, wake up America, wake up Americans. This is your chance, this is your opportunity for a new beginning. Those early Americans responded to Paul Revere's message. They roused themselves from their slumber, rubbed their sleepy eyes, rolled up their sleeves, reached for their muskets, and they raced to the battlefield. And it was the longing for economic freedom that got them up out of bed. They felt a big government was smothering their flourishing enterprises. Tom Jefferson put it this way in the Declaration: he, the king, the government, has established multitudes of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people through too much regulation and to eat of our sustenance through too much taxation. Then as now, they felt over-regulated, over-interfered with, and overtaxed. And now as then, it's time for a new uprising, a new beginning, a new direction under new leadership. But the hour is late, for by ever-increasing government, the Democrats have brought America to the point where 1 of every 6 Americans works for government. 1 of every 3 Americans is dependent upon the government. The lines have crossed, and now for the first time, more Americans live from off a check from out of the government than work and pay taxes into it. 1/3 of all the land in America is owned by government. And in spite of the rhetoric, this Democratic Congress continues to spend money like drunken sailors. Last month out in San Diego, a couple of drunken sailors overheard me make that statement. They almost strung me up from the nearest lamppost. Drunken sailors think it's an insult to be compared to the Democratic Congress. You know, you really can't blame them, because there's an awful big difference. At least drunken sailors spend their own money. You know whose money the Democratic Congress is spending. In fact, they've been spending money they don't even have for so long that inflation is rampant. And if Carter's inflation of the first quarter continued unabated, by the time today's babies are finishing their education, the bill for a cheeseburger, a milkshake, and French fries at the big boy would come to $355. And if you think that's bad, by the time they're ready for their 3-bedroom dream home in the suburbs, the price would be over $7 million, and steak at the supermarket $1,093 a pound. Obviously, we can't continue down this Carter pathway much longer. Obviously, it's time for a change. But it will be difficult because we are bearing the burden of the excesses of Democratic Congresses past. And every penny that you paid in income tax this year, together with 2/3 of the American people, all of it, all put together, will do absolutely nothing this year except pay this year's interest on our national debt, 80% of which has been piled up since the Democrats last seized exclusive control of the national cash register 25 years ago. And Democrats can't break out of that spending and taxing cycle because the Washington establishment, big Democrats, believe that America is great because of all the good things that government does for people. Republicans, all Republicans together, believe just exactly the opposite. We believe that America is great not because of what government does for people, but because of what in America a free people can do for themselves and for their country. That's what America is all about. That's what Republicanism is all about, and that's what the November 4th election is all about. But we've got to change the direction we're traveling because now we're on a Titanic course. When that big ship sailed on its maiden voyage, it was considered the finest, the most modern, the safest ship ever built. But more amazing than the amazing fact that the unsinkable ship sank is that in spite of hours and hours of repeated and received radio messages, that there is ice in your cruise lane, there is danger if you don't change direction. When the big ship did smack into the iceberg, it was traveling full speed straight ahead. The bands were playing, the people dancing, and most of them sound asleep in the cabins below. We need Paul Revere's to awaken people as to how we can change the direction America is traveling. Right now, they don't know how, and they're sleeping through elections. 2 out of 3 who could vote didn't vote in the last congressional election. And they'll tell you that they didn't because it doesn't make any difference, that 6 times in 25 years they've changed presidents, and nothing changed in what came out of Washington. And there's an element of truth in that, because not once in those 25 years did we ever change the Congress. And which person sits in the White House is no more important than which party and philosophy runs the Congress in setting the economic rudder of this nation. No president ever spent a penny that Congress hadn't appropriated, or collected a tax not levied by the Congress, or promulgated a regulation not authorized by the Congress. And for 25 years in a row, that Congress has been Democratic. If we want to change, there's only one way to get it, and that's to change the Congress from Democratic to Republican control. You know, if we want the weight of government, off our back and the hand of government out of our pocketbook, we can't do that by putting the same team in charge that put government there in the first place. The only way to do it is to get ourselves a new team, and the only way to do that is vote Republican for a change. A new Republican Congress under the leadership of Ronald Reagan can brush aside forever President Carter's admonition that we must limit our dreams and we must hunker down and adjust to a no-growth economic policy. It is true that Carter has made a nightmare of the American dream. People say, oh, but he's such a nice man. He has such good intentions and tries so hard. Well, Proverbs tells us that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. 4 years ago, Carter ran for office running against high taxes, high inflation, and high unemployment. He's missed the ball on all three. Taxes, they've gone up under Carter in 3 years more than any 3-year period in the history of the Republic. That's strike one. Inflation, Carter's doubled it and tripled it since he's been in office. That's strike two. Unemployment, we're adding to the rolls faster than ever in history, and that's strike three. Any baseball umpire will tell the batter 3 strikes and you're out, and it's back to the dugout for you. On November 4th, we'll have the chance to tell Jimmy Carter 3 strikes and you're out, and it's back to Plains, Georgia for you. But I didn't come here tonight to tell you how bad Jimmy Carter is. You know that. The American people feel it. There's no need to dwell on it. I'm here tonight to tell you how good America can be again. The most exciting thing to hit Washington in many a moon is the enthusiasm of the Republican freshman class in Congress, personified by the wonderful Ed Bethune, who introduced me. These guys and gals are brimming over with ideas and solutions. They're ready to act. They're ready to govern. There's only one thing they need, and that's reinforcements from the congressional elections this fall to swell their ranks and give them a majority. With Ronald Reagan, they do not believe that the best is behind us. They believe that the best is yet to come, and they're ready to make it happen for America and our people. They believe about America and our future the way it was described in this poem that once summed up for me how I felt about coming home to America after a long visit to Europe. 'Tis great to see the old world and wander up and down among historic palaces and the cities of renown, and admire comely castles and the statues of the kings. But now I think I've had enough of antiquated things. So it's home again, America for me. My heart is turning home again, and there I long to be, in the land of youth and freedom beyond the ocean bars, where the air is full of sunlight and that flag is full of stars. Oh, London, it's a man's town. There's power in the air. And Paris, it's a woman's town with flowers in her hair. And it's sweet to dream in Venice, and it's great to study in Rome. But when it comes to living, there is no place like home. I know that Europe's wonderful, yet something seems to lack. The past is too much whither, the people looking back. But the glory of the present is to set the future free. We love our land for what she is and what she is to be. So it's home again, and home again, America for me. I want a ship that's westward bound to plow that rolling sea to the blessed land of room enough beyond the ocean bars, where the air is full of sunlight and that flag is full of stars. The reason that Ronald Reagan wants to revive the old fundamental values of America is not because of the glory of the past, but because of that glory that is yet to be, the dreams that are yet to come true. 66 years ago this month, my father stood on the docks of Hoboken. He stood there in clothes that were patched and tattered, but they were the very best that he had, because he had just immigrated here from the Netherlands. No man has ever been poorer in material possessions or richer in dreams than that little 14-year-old Dutch lad standing there in wooden shoes on the docks of Hoboken. He was dreaming some mighty big dreams. He dreamed that if he really worked long and hard and saved, he might one day own his own transportation. He dreamed that if he really worked hard, he might one day own his own home. And into that home, children would be born. And maybe those children could receive what no member of the Vanderjagt family had ever received back in the old country, a high school diploma. Wouldn't that be something? And maybe, just maybe, one of those children might go on to a university and receive a college degree. Can you imagine that? Now, his dreams stop there. Maybe his children's children might go on beyond and be a doctor or a lawyer or something wonderful like that. But that would be too far to go all the way from the docks of Hoboken in just one generation. And if anybody had come up to him and told him that Harry Vanderjagt's son would one day serve in the Congress of the United States and stand here tonight delivering the keynote of a great convention, of a great party, launching a great and historic campaign, he would have thought that man was plumb out of his mind. That was an utterly impossible dream, even in America. But you know the rest of the story. His dreams, like the dreams of millions of immigrants, came true beyond their wildest expectations. And as they climbed the ladder of opportunity, building better lives for themselves, working for everything they got, but in America having the chance to keep what they had worked for, as they built better lives for themselves and their families in the process, they build a better America for all. And the dreams of our young people aren't very much different today. They want a car with gas plentiful enough and cheap enough that they can drive it. They want to own their own home. They want a good education for their kids. And they want America to be strong enough and secure enough and steady enough to maintain peace and freedom in the world so that tomorrow can be better for their kids even than America is for them today. That's the American dream. And in order to maintain that, we have to grow and progress. And I think we have to adopt John Connolly's suggestion and make sure that this year GOP stands not just for grand old party, but get the message out that the heart and guts of our Republican platform spell GOP: growth, opportunity, and progress for people. We can have that in America again if we have faith in God and the blessed system that flows from it, faith in America and our future. We can if we believe. As I look out at this arena, an arena that is named for an Alabama sharecropper who came here to Detroit with only the clothes on his back and the dream in his heart, and made us all proud as he made his dream come true. As I look out at Joe Louis Arena, I see a wonderful audience of Republicans. And you have been a wonderful audience, and I thank you for it from the bottom of my heart. I love you all. But when I look into those television cameras, I see a different audience. They're an audience that I see not of Republicans or Democrats, of black or white, rich or poor, young or old, male or female. I see an audience of Americans, each one with their very own dream. Those two words, American, Republican, have a great deal in common, especially this year. The most obvious thing they have in common are that the last four letters of each word are exactly the same. Republican ends in I can. American ends in I can. There are no two words that have better described our American spirit than we can. Whenever duty said to Americans, you must, Americans responded, if we must, we can, and we will, and we did. Today, no matter how big the stumbling blocks, we can make them even bigger stepping stones into a brighter tomorrow. Let us heed the advice of Ralph Waldo Emerson when he wrote, "So nigh is grandeur to the dust, so near is God to man. When duty whispers low, thou must," Americans answer, "We can." If we Republicans can get that message into every hamlet, people will respond again and once more rouse themselves from their slumber, rub their sleepy eyes, roll up their sleeves, and reach not for a musket, but for a ballot, and race not to the battlefield, but to the voting booth to change America the direction we need to go. Longfellow promised us that would happen. I'm sure you all remember how he began that poem about Paul Revere. Hey, listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. The important thing is the promise Longfellow made in the last 4 lines for today. Through all our history to the very last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. Our message for 1980 is wake up, America. Wake up, and under the leadership of Ronald Reagan and a Republican Congress together, we can make a new beginning. We can have a new birth of freedom and opportunity. Together, we can build a greater, richer, freer America than ever before, an America where dreams can come true.
Turn them on.
Well, that was quite a performance. I don't know if we told you before, but he worked without notes. He spoke for 35 minutes, quoted several poems, memorized the whole speech. I don't think, David, that I can ever recall a keynoter who didn't use notes, but he did, and there was a master speaker at the best of his form, Guy Vanderjagt. That's why they picked him.
Ronald Reagan, meanwhile, is in a hotel a few blocks from here, in a suite covering an entire floor, a view of the river, an easy chair, popcorn, jelly beans, a television set tuned into a convention about to nominate him for president. That's class. We'll be back in a moment.
NBC News continues to report the 1980 Republican National Convention. Here is David Brinkley.
George Bush, one of those who have been considered for the vice presidential nomination and who has tried to improve his chances by saying absolutely nothing, doing nothing to push Reagan, doing nothing to promote himself, by making speeches around town in behalf of Reagan whenever asked to, will be on the platform shortly. And sometime tonight or tomorrow, we will find out how well his strategy worked. When Bush is on the podium, we'll bring it to you. John?
We have learned that a meeting is taking place or just has taken place. We're not exactly sure. It may be over at the Detroit Plaza Hotel in Governor Reagan's suite with some of his top campaign advisors. We're not certain what's being said to those advisors by Governor Reagan at that meeting, only that the meeting is taking place, a meeting called late this evening on no schedule beforehand, apparently with some urgency. What's being discussed, we don't know, but we could know later this evening if the meeting turns out to be Reagan's announcement to his intimate staff members of his decision, or of Gerald Ford's agreement to come on the ticket with Governor Reagan. That is one of the possibilities that's being discussed. This party, these Republicans, are leaning very heavily on Gerald R. Ford to come back and run as Ronald Reagan's running mate, and we'll see perhaps tonight if they have succeeded with Gerald Ford. Now down to Tom Pettit on the convention floor.
John, let me tell you one of the things that's come up in the interesting discussion of whether Ford might be number 2 on a Reagan ticket. This is what I've learned from sources that were inside the Ford White House. And that is, at the time they were picking a vice president to replace Mr. Ford himself, they investigated the very question of whether a vice president could serve as a cabinet officer, whether one could get a better man by letting him become vice president and secretary of state or secretary of defense or some combination like that. Amid all of this welcoming here for George Bush, let me just say that this question of whether a vice president could also serve in the cabinet was presented to then President Ford, and he, at that time, according to our source, seemed intrigued by it, but did not use it. Our source now thinks that perhaps this might be interesting for Mr. Ford himself. Chris Wallace is over at this demonstration somewhere.
Congressman Bob Michel was at that meeting with Gerald Ford today. Congressman Michel, was there ever any discussion that Gerald Ford might be vice president and also a cabinet officer in the Reagan administration, Secretary of State?
Well, I've heard several conversations to that effect, but frankly, knowing the former president, any kind of gimmickry or any kind of shenanigans that isn't straight in accordance with the Constitution and what you'd normally expect for a vice president's role, the former president wouldn't have any part of that.
Is he agonizing over this decision?
Oh, it's got to be the most difficult decision for him, in my judgment, that he's ever made. Much more important than his picking a vice president when he was running for president.
Which way do you think he's going to go?
I think it could go either way.
You were talking earlier that he had tears in his eyes this afternoon.
Well, you know, I'm an emotional man, and he is to some degree, but I've very, very few occasions, I can't really recall when I've seen the tears well in his eyes the way I did as we left the meeting today, and I just know that he's just agonizing very, very seriously about it. It's got to be one of the most, it's got to be the most difficult decision he's making.
Congressman Bob Michel, thanks very much. With a little insight into the decision that Gerald Ford has to make.
The reason for all the noise down on the floor, which makes it difficult to hear our reports from there, is the fact that there's a manifestation of support, a demonstration, if you want to call it that, for George Bush, who has just appeared in the hall. He'll be the next speaker. And the Bush supporters, and as our NBC poll showed, the Bush supporters are numerous at this convention. 47% of the delegates think he ought to be the running mate. And those are the people who are making the noise that you've just heard down there on the convention floor. They're quieting down just a little bit. All the speakers at this convention are aware of the fact, Bush is saying, sit down, sit down. That running over is a sin at this Republican convention. They ran over so far last night, they had to cancel the keynote speech for that evening, the one we just saw. But Bush's supporters won't sit down, as he has asked them to do. And so we'll try to see if we can get another report from the floor from Garrick Utley.
John, we're down here on the convention floor in the Kentucky delegation with Representative Gene Snyder, the delegation chairman. This is quite a demonstration, and it's spontaneous, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's almost hard to hear you talk.
Because we've had other demonstrations that are well organized, but we've seen no preparation for this demonstration, and it is spontaneous. And Ronald Reagan obviously is watching this, but the talk right now is not about George Bush here, it is about Gerald Ford. The Kentucky delegation is ready to introduce a resolution to the convention calling on Gerald Ford to accept the number 2 spot, the vice presidential nomination. In other words, to draft Gerald Ford. When would you be prepared to do this? Are you waiting for the go-ahead?
I'm not prepared to do it until several events occur. One, of course, it takes a majority of the Kentucky delegation to sign on, and that has not occurred yet. And I'm trying to suggest that that not occur without the acquiescence of both Governor Reagan and President Ford.
But once you get the green light, how long will it take you to get your votes?
Well, if I had that acquiescence, it would take us just as long as it takes to pass petition and to get all 27 of them.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Right next to the Kentucky delegation is Senator Paul Laxalt, who in a few minutes will be placing the name of Ronald Reagan in before the convention for nomination. Senator, we know about this possible Kentucky resolution, in effect calling on Gerald Ford to accept the convention draft if the word comes down. Do you think this is possible? Do you think this is a good idea, something that might encourage Ford to accept? As we understand, talks are going on between Mr. Reagan and his team and Gerald Ford.
Well, very frankly, I know it's well-intentioned, but I don't know that it's the right way to go. It would be a very awkward result.
But if Gerald Ford agrees, do you think it might nudge him along or be something that would help the ticket?
If he would indicate to this delegation or anybody else that he wants this kind of floor support by way of a demonstration, all well and good.
Thank you very much, Senator Laxalt of Nevada. Now back up to David Brinkley.
Bush is standing on the podium trying to make a speech. They've got some kind of little horn down there.
And indeed some very important business.
It sounds like a Paris traffic jam
tonight. For here
now
in
Bush
this
is talking.
arena, named after one of the legendary American winners of the past, Joe Louis, we're going to nominate a winner for our country and our party in the decade of the 80s. We Republicans want a winner to lead our party to victory in the fall. The American people, regardless of party, want a winner in the White House after 4 years of Jimmy Carter's fumbling, incompetent leadership. We have such a winner, and his name is Ronald Reagan. Matter of fact, if anyone wants to know why Ronald Reagan is the winner, you can refer him to me. I'm an expert on the subject. He's a winner because he's a leader, because he has traveled the country and understands its people. His message is clear. His message is understood. And besides, his victory was forged on an anvil of tough, clean, honorable participation in our political process. Since this victory convention opened, we'd heard from President Ford an impressive array of party leaders individually, and together they've made an overwhelming case. A case against the dismal record of the Carter administration and a case against a record of broken promises. Here they are, nearly 500 pages of Jimmy Carter's 1976 promises to the American people, and they are absolutely meaningless, totally meaningless. The Carter era of broken promises and unfulfilled commitments is drawing to a close, and the Reagan era of an America true to its promise of peace and prosperity is beginning. And our purpose isn't and must not be to tear down Jimmy Carter. It's to offer hope and direction to all of our countrymen. And we can do this by reaching out to all Americans. We can do it by caring about people, and we can do it by emphasizing our belief in individual freedom. Under the leadership of Ronald Reagan, the strength of the American dollar is going to be restored, both here and abroad. The crushing burden of federal bureaucracy and the excesses of regulation will be lifted from the back of America's free economy. Under the leadership of Ronald Reagan, that free economy is going to find government its ally, not its adversary, in the fight to curb inflation and to get jobs for American workers. Jobs, jobs, jobs. That's what's needed. And under the leadership of Ronald Reagan, Americans overseas will once again be able to count on their government to protect their safety so that no American will ever be held hostage by foreign fanatics. And under a Reagan presidency, a policy of peace through strength will assure that no power on earth, be it great or small, will miscalculate the resolve of the American people and its leader. And that means that we must build a foreign policy on keeping our word of honor. And that means we must strengthen the intelligence services of this country. And that means that we must stop apologizing for the United States around the world. Under the leadership of Ronald Reagan, 1980 and the years ahead will see a new winning coalition created on the American political scene. A coalition of all Americans, from all religions, from all groups and ages and every race and heritage. Our party and our nominee will reach out to the poor, to the minorities, to the handicapped, and say, we will give you hope and opportunity. Our fellow Republicans, from its earliest days, ours has been the party of individualism, fierce independence. There are a few, if any, Republican gatherings at any level without their differences of opinion. And we've seen that spirit of independent thought reflected at this convention. But let our opposition take no comfort from that great Republican tradition. For in this of all years, we Republicans are unified as never before on the single overriding issue of the coming campaign. America cannot afford 4 more years of Jimmy Carter in the White House. Fundamental issues which unify us are far greater than any differences that we may have. And so let us then, united in spirit and purpose, go forward from this convention city to make 1980 a year of victory, not only for our party, but for our nation and for freedom-loving people everywhere. And now, here in this great Joe Louis Arena, named after a great champion, on to the main event, what this convention and all America has been waiting for, the nomination of the 40th President of the United States, a true champion of freedom, Ronald Reagan. Thank you all very, very, very much.
Shortest speech of the convention, I believe, aside from some of the introductory speeches.
Some of those have been some of the longest.
That's right.
They're supposed to run 2 minutes. They've been running 10.
Well, George Bush, for whom the band is playing and the delegates are applauding now, is a man at a particularly interesting point in his life. Somewhere across town, Ronald Reagan is making up his mind on whether George Bush will go on in this race or somebody else will. Bush, it must be said, fought the good fight through the primaries, stayed in longer than anybody else, had a good organization, but just couldn't win against Reagan.
He made that speech in Michigan, which is where he beat Reagan worse than he beat him anywhere in the country.
That's right.
Almost 2-1.
And a lot of delegates here think that, and some of the people in the Reagan organization believe that Bush would give them strength where they need it, in the industrial states, help in the suburbs against John Anderson, who has some strength there, help with various groups of voters. George Bush is easily as conservative as Ronald Reagan, and yet he has rubbed the conservatives at this convention the wrong way.
Somehow they see him as a moderate, and to some of them, such as Jesse Helms, that means a liberal, screaming liberal.
Yes, and it's also the fact that George Bush supported the Equal Rights Amendment. Right. But Bush said today that on most of the programs that Ronald Reagan advocates, they're together.
He says he's very comfortable. Doesn't agree on everything, not 100% agreement, but is very comfortable. He is, as we have said here several times, the favorite of the delegates in the hall for the nomination for vice president. We'll be back. We'll be back in a moment.
Convention moments. Edwin Newman footnotes the Republican Convention of 1940. Brought to you by the Bell System Yellow Pages. The first step, let your fingers do the walking through the Bell System Yellow Pages.
If ever the galleries influenced the nomination of a presidential candidate, it was at the 1940 Republican Convention in Philadelphia. Indiana's Wendell Willkie had gained national attention as a lawyer spokesman for private utilities opposed to government projects like the TVA. He came to the convention with some support, even though he had been a Democrat until 1938 and had never run for public office. Through the first two ballots, Willkie trailed New York's Governor Thomas Dewey and Ohio's Senator Robert Taft. Then Willkie supporters in the gallery began their chant of "We want Willkie." On the sixth ballot, Willkie won the nomination, the last dark horse candidate nominated by either party. Edwin Newman, NBC News.
And here in the hall, many of the delegates are on their feet because Mrs. Ronald Reagan is coming into the hall and into the VIP section there. In a white dress last night, a red dress tonight. And most of the delegates are up on their feet, some standing on chairs. She fell while she was waving to the crowd. I guess she's all right. Yeah, she seems all right. It is a little tricky in those seats in there, especially if you're looking out. Well, she's here. Very big night for Mrs. Reagan. Her husband has been trying for this nomination off and on since 1968. 12 long years. He's away from home a lot, speaking, works very hard. And in all of these campaigns this year, beginning with the Iowa caucuses back in January, Mrs. Reagan has been with him an awful lot of the time. One might always just about say all the time. She's very influential to him. They are very close. It was her daughter Maureen, and I think, it's hard to see from here, but I think she was explaining that she's all right, even though she slipped there momentarily. This is very much a Reagan convention. The delegates are still standing on their chairs and in the balcony applauding Mrs. Reagan. This is a little preview of what we'll get tomorrow night when Governor Reagan will come into the hall to speak to the convention. That'll be the big moment. In the meantime, she doesn't seem to mind it one bit. Well, that's ended. She's sitting down. And I am on the famous NBC balcony with our keynote speaker this evening, Congressman Vanderjagt. May I say congratulations. That was quite a job.
Thank you, John, very much. It was obviously a great thrill. I'm pleased with how responsive the delegates were.
I think many of our people in our audience were surprised, as I was when I learned about it, that you spoke without a text. That may be the only keynote speech ever delivered at a convention without a text. Why do you speak without a text?
Well, I have the feeling that if you write something down on paper, you always write it just a little bit differently than you would speak it to somebody across the table from you. And I so want to avoid an oratorical and try to get a conversational style that I never write anything until after the speech is over. If it was a good one, I then try to write it so I'll remember it.
I suppose if there are any orators or would-be orators in the audience, they'd be interested to know that you are the product both of the Yale Divinity School and Michigan Law. Is that a good combination for an orator?
Oh, it's a great combination, but the real beginning was Hope College in Holland, Michigan, where I had a wonderful speech teacher, Dr. Schreer, and that's where it all began. In fact, back in high school, it was Mr. Van Oostenburg who really started me on the trail.
And you practiced for this speech in the woods. Why in the woods?
Well, our home is in the woods, in the middle of a whole bunch of acres and a trout stream, and I just like to talk to myself when I'm preparing. If there are people around, they wonder if maybe I'm a little funny or something, and so I talk to the woods and the squirrels.
You were, I think I tallied, 20 minutes into a 35-minute talk when you quoted a long poem by memory. Are you known for your great memory?
I don't know. I used to give television newscasts, and that was so long ago. It was before the day of the teleprompter, and I used to give the nightly 15-minute news all by myself with no notes.
Last night, I felt for you last night because making a keynote speech by itself makes you tense. Then on top of that, having it postponed, and particularly with no notes, did you just sort of collapse when you got the news? What happened last night?
John, that's very perceptive of you, because with no notes, you have to work especially hard to get yourself up. And I got myself all up like a prize fighter stepping into the ring for 10:30. Then I realized instead it would be after Ann Armstrong, so I got myself up again, and then no, and then it was going to be after Jack Kemp, so I got myself up again, no, and then after Henry Kissinger, and then no, it was off altogether. So I'd been up and back down 4 times last night, so it was hard to get back up again tonight.
You did. You got back up again tonight. One final question, Congressman. You have any advice for young people or any people in our audience who aspire to public speaking? You got any rules?
You bet. Simple. Preparation. The more you work at it, the better the speech will be.
Well, yours was very good. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
David?
Thank you, Congressman. John? Now we're going to Washington to hear from our panel of Democrats who, during this week, have been there looking and listening and offering pungent comments about what the Republicans are doing. They're with Bill Monroe. Bill, this time let Ambassador Strauss talk a little bit. You didn't let him talk last time.
Thank you, David. With me is Ambassador Strauss, who did not get much to say last time. Robert Strauss, the former Democratic chairman, now chairman of the Carter Campaign Committee, and Senator Biden of Delaware. And I asked him a question a moment ago. Let me ask you the same question. Do you agree with the Republicans, most of them at the convention apparently, that a Reagan-Ford ticket would be the toughest for the Democrats to handle?
Oh, I don't know. I Bill, all tickets are tough to run against. I think former President Ford would help the ticket. There are a lot of people who would help Governor Reagan, in my judgment.
You almost said President Reagan?
Well, I almost did, but I think there are a lot of people who will help him in different ways. President Ford is a very popular man. He brings some assets and he carries some baggage. And each of the others do about the same. The thing that's impressed me tonight more than anything else, really during this convention, Bill, is there has been nothing positive said. I think we've had a number of fine speeches, but nearly every one of them are negative in nature and backward-looking in nature. I still haven't heard anything, very much of anything, about Ronald Reagan and what he stands for, other than fundamental values. And I have heard a great deal about what's wrong with President Carter and his administration.
Mr. Strauss, let me bring you back to a Reagan-Ford ticket for a moment. From the Republican convention and from the polls, some of the assets that President Ford would bring to the ticket are pretty clear. What deficiencies would you see in his joining with Reagan?
I'm not here to get into the discussion of the deficiencies of former President Ford. They'd come out in the campaign. He has a record, and you'd have to run on that record. Some of these other fellows they're talking about really don't have much of a record. So I think that in itself would be a disadvantage. I don't know what's going to happen. Don't know how it's going to turn out. But let me just assure you of one thing. I have considerable confidence in the ability of Governor Reagan to bring the Democratic Party together strongly and vigorously and present a real democratic program to this nation. If we do that, we'll win. If we don't, we will lose, and we deserve to.
Well, we've had a couple of sessions. One we heard from Senator Biden, one we heard from Ambassador Strauss. Maybe we'll hear from both of them next time. Thank you, Ambassador Strauss. Senator Biden, we'll hear from you next time. Now back to Detroit.
All right, Bill. Thank you. The Reagan group has spent the day, most of the day, pressing Gerald Ford to accept the nomination for vice president. Ford has said he might do it, depending on certain conditions. One being that he not go to Washington to be a figurehead and cut ribbons and perform empty ceremonial duties. And while he has not said so himself, there's been some suggestion he might serve in the president's cabinet if Reagan is elected. Some of the delegates down here have been asking if that is legal, and the answer is yes. There's nothing whatever to stop the vice president from being in the president's cabinet. In the Constitution of the United States, the cabinet is not even mentioned. George Washington had no cabinet. It has grown up over the years, pushed along by the president with the consent of Congress. A member of the cabinet has to be approved by Congress, but that is about all it takes. In fact, that is all it takes, an appointment and an approval by the Senate. So if Reagan does choose Ford, and if that ticket is elected, and if he wants to put Ford in his cabinet, he can. We'll be back in a moment.
Products
compared a Dodge Omni to a Volkswagen Rabbit Deluxe for styling, features, driving ease, riding comfort. Based on this, they preferred the Dodge Omni to the Volkswagen by a score of 50-0.
Compare for yourself. The new Chrysler Corporation has the front-wheel drive cars to challenge the imports right now.
The proceedings coming along here in the hall now. Our schedule this evening calls for, following George Bush and an address by Senator Dole, a roll call of the states for the nomination of the president. A nomination speech by Senator Paul Laxalt, who is a longtime Reagan friend, associate, and supporter, and then the seconding speeches from the floor, of which there will be about a dozen. All kinds of people from different states are going to be seconding the nomination. And finally, a roll call of the states with the selection of the nominee, the announcement of the vote, and then an announcement of a committee to verify the nominee. All of it has something to do with the law, David. And then they send a committee over to the Detroit Plaza Hotel although they've seen it all on television, these old forums are held. And what they do is a committee calls, David, as you well know, on the chosen candidate, and he is informed that he is the nominee of the party.
But there's something I don't know, and I would like to have your opinion on it. What do you say when you have watched on television watched yourself nominated for president, and then an hour later 3 or 4 guys come to the door and knock and say, Mr. Reagan, you've been nominated for president? What do you say? Thanks?
I suppose you say thanks. I guess you can't anymore say, I think it's news to me, isn't that wonderful? Although in the past, that's what they did. Anyway, something like that will happen tonight. A nice old-fashioned reminder of how pre-electronic politics used to be. We're now down to Tom Brokaw on the floor.
Well, I'm down here just looking over Bob Michael, who's the floor manager for Governor Reagan, as you know. He's just called the headquarters. If I read his telephone number correctly, there is a report. We've not been able to confirm that Governor Reagan and President Ford may be making an appearance here tonight, but he's on the telephone, and if he's been having the same success we have been all night, he's probably not getting an answer. Congressman, let me ask you a question. We have a report that Gerald Ford and Ronald Reagan are coming to the hall tonight, jointly. Is there something to that? You've always been very straight with us.
First of all, I don't know whether or not the decision has been made affirmatively.
But there's some discussion of that.
When we were talking earlier in the day, and if it all panned out, what are the mechanics for making the annoulement? And
to make the announcement about the two of them being on the ticket together.
Right. That is, if it happened, and I have no information that would indicate that decision, first of all, has been made, or to confirm that. And
why were you just calling the Reagan headquarters to check on that?
I was just trying to get updated because I've been out of touch with Bill Brock for an hour and a half now, and obviously in an hour and a half a number of things can take place.
But when you last heard from Bill Brock an hour and a half ago, was it your understanding that they would be coming to the hall together
tonight? That decision had not been made.
Would they come, Mr. Michael, if the deal were not made, if Jerry Ford were not to be the nominee?
No.
They would come
I would think not, but that's not my decision to make, but I can't conceive why that would take place.
So if we see them walking into the hall, from your point of view, it's a safe assumption that that's the ticket.
Well, that'd be a pretty doggone good signal.
You'd like that a lot, though.
Oh, well, yeah, it'd kind of be just ecstatic, I suppose.
What do you understand the situation is as of this moment?
Well, as for me personally, I'm in obviously a holding pattern because I don't know. I just hope for the best, and I felt good about the conversations that took place earlier in the day, but as I said earlier, that has to be Jerry Ford's most agonizing decision of his life. I could tell when we were talking that he wants to do the best thing for his country, but I tell you, for those of us who know him as dear friends, we're rather reluctant to ask him to make that kind of a move when we know that he thought he'd campaign like the Dickens until November, then live the easy life, and I know that he's promised Betty a good life after all this politics is over, and he deserves it. And it'd be one whale of a thing for him to give up all the good life that could be his to again plunge himself right into the thick of all this turmoil.
Thank you very much, Congressman Michael. We'll wait to see what happens. If they appear together, we'll say that's the ticket. Right now, let's say here's Gary Cotley.
Down in the Michigan delegation here on the convention floor with Robert Griffin, former senator from Michigan, who met today with Gerald Ford and has been actively involved in this whole process. It looks pretty good now for a Reagan-Ford ticket?
I think so, especially since some of the network interviews that President Ford had earlier. I'm not surprised. I thought this afternoon that he was warming up to the idea, and I know that Betty has come around to saying that she'll do it if he wants to.
That's a key factor, wasn't it?
It really was, yes.
How was she persuaded to come around? Did he persuade her? Did you talk to Mrs. Ford, for example?
I talked with her a little bit, but I know a lot of other people talked with her at this convention at various times and functions.
Did she take much persuading? Or?
Well, I don't know. I can't tell you when she came around, but she's certainly been giving that indication in the last 24 hours.
All right, now, what kind of an arrangement do you think, or an agreement has been made? What kind of an activity or function would a Vice President Ford play in the Reagan administration?
Well, you know, Governor Reagan is accustomed to delegating responsibility, and it wouldn't be at all surprising if he would delegate major responsibilities to a former president of the United States. Just the existence of this relationship, having a former president serve as vice president, is bound to change the organization of the presidency, and I think it's going to strengthen future vice presidents as well as this one.
Some people think that Ronald Reagan and or Jerry Ford will come to the convention tonight. You think that's on?
Well, that's the rumor going around. I certainly can't report that that's the case.
But as far as Gerald Ford accepting Reagan's offer,
I feel very confident that that's going to happen now.
Robert Griffin, thank you very much for giving us what is just about, in fact, a confirmation of that report that Gerald Ford has accepted Ronald Reagan's invitation. Now, let's go up to Jessica Savage.
I'm up here on the podium with Senator Bob Dole, who ran with Gerald Ford. What about this rumor that we're hearing in the hall that Gerald Ford and Ronald Reagan will be here in this hall shortly?
Well, I can't confirm that, but I hope it might be true. It'd be the greatest thing that happened in our party in 50 years or more.
You met with President Ford this afternoon, is that correct?
Yes, I had a chance to meet with him a couple of times this afternoon. I pleaded with him. I told him it was important for our nation. It was a duty, and I would hope that he would respond, knowing it was a great personal sacrifice.
You would hope that he responded. What did he respond when you said it's a duty, please run?
Well, he understands that. I mean, I don't know of any more genuine man in America than Gerald Ford, and I appeal to him on that basis. This wasn't a political move. It was a great sacrifice for him personally. But if, in fact, he believed what he told us on Monday night, it was a duty. And I believe Gerald Ford understands that. Now, whether he makes a decision to do it will be something that he's trying to decide right now.
You know this man. You ran as his number 2 man. Would Gerald Ford be able to accept the kind of second position, having been number 1?
That wouldn't bother this man at all. It would bother most men or women, but it wouldn't bother Gerald Ford. I've never known anyone who worked harder and longer and more tirelessly for the Republican Party, and he would do it again. He believes in this country, and he'll do anything he can, at least he said he would on Monday night, to preserve our nation, and this is an opportunity.
If you had a bet, would you bet he'll take the job?
I think it's gone from 100 to 1 to 10 to 1.
100 to 1 to 10 to 1. Back to you, David.
Thank you. There's some further information on this at the headquarters hotel, the Detroit Plaza, down the street from here. Heidi Schulman and Douglas Kiker are there and going to tell us what they've been able to find out. Heidi?
David, if the ticket is Ronald Reagan and Gerald Ford, the Reagan people at least are not willing yet to say so. Governor Reagan has been upstairs all evening meeting with his staff ever since he met this afternoon with former President Ford. And we were told to expect periodic briefings throughout the evening, beginning about 8 o'clock. It was not until just a few moments ago that a spokesman was sent downstairs to say that things are proceeding, and it is possible but not likely that Governor Reagan may leave the hotel this evening. The spokesman was asked whether the governor planned to go to the hall to announce that the ticket was Ronald Reagan and Gerald Ford. We were told, however, that the spokesman could neither confirm nor deny that report. Doug Kiker this evening has been talking with some of the Ford people.
Well, it's like a pot bubbling up there. The heat has been turned up, the steam is going, and the lid's going like this, and that lid's going to come off, in my opinion, before this evening is over. Mr. Ford is dealing from strength, and he's playing hard ball. He knows what he wants. He wants, in effect, I think, to be a regent. He wants extraordinary powers promised to him by Mr. Reagan if he will accept this ticket. He does not want to be another vice president. He gives every indication of being enthusiastic about taking this position if those promises are made, but they've got to be made publicly before the great Republican convention. And so at this point, the Ford headquarters is just simply seething with activity. The negotiations are going back and forth at a very rapid rate. We have been told by Jim Brady, who is a spokesman for the Reagan campaign, Heidi Schulman and I, that no deal has been set. But that could change literally between now and the next 5 minutes. Now back to John Chancellor.
And here in the hall, there is still talk that President Ford may join candidate Reagan here later this evening, but no real confirmation here yet. They have started asking the states, it's a roll call of the states, what people they want to have nominated for president, and that is going on now. We'll have a little more of that later, but we'll be back with more after this.
The roll call of the states for nominating candidates, plural, if any, candidates for president, has now begun. On the rostrum, we're going down there now, on the rostrum is Dr. Aris Allen, who is a physician in Annapolis, Maryland, a Republican state senator there, and he is calling the roll of the states. He's the convention secretary.
Mr. Chairman, Oregon passes. Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman, Pennsylvania passes.
Puerto Rico.
Mr. Chairman, the bastion against communism in the Caribbean passes.
Rhode Island. Rhode Island.
Mr. Chairman, Rhode Island passes.
South Carolina.
South Carolina passes.
Nevada will do the nominating. Senator Laxalt.
Chairman, the Reagan country of South Dakota passes.
Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, Tennessee passes.
Texas.
Mr. Chairman, the state that's going to retire the majority leader of the House of Representatives passes.
Utah.
Mr. Chairman, the state with the greatest snow on earth passes.
Vermont.
Mr. Chairman, Vermont passes.
Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, Virginia passes.
The Virgin Islands.
Mr. Chairman, the Virgin Islands, America's paradise, passes.
Washington.
Mr. Chairman, Washington would love to make a nomination, but we will pass at this time.
West Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, West Virginia passes.
Wisconsin.
Mr. Chairman, Wisconsin, the home of Eric Heiden and all those gold medals, passes.
Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman, the only state with 100% Republican delegation in Congress passes.
Mr. Chairman, the state of Nevada wishes to be recognized for the purpose of placing a name in nomination.
The chair asks the chairman of the state of Nevada to affirm, if he will, that a majority of the delegates from that state will support the person whom that state intends to nominate for the office of President of the United States. Would the chairman so indicate?
Mr. Chairman, I do so indicate.
Now would the chairman of the state of Nevada give the names of 4 other states that he believes will affirm that a majority of the delegates of that state will support the name Nevada intends to present?
Mr. Chairman, those 4 states are the states of California, Georgia, Oklahoma, and Ohio.
The chair now asks the attention of the chairman of the delegations of the states of California, Georgia, Oklahoma, and Ohio. Will the chairman of the California delegation affirm that, in his opinion, a majority of the delegates from that state will support that individual whom the state of Nevada will offer to the convention?
Mr. Chairman, the delegation from the great state of California proudly seconds this nomination of our former governor, a great American, Governor Ronald Reagan.
Will the chairman of the California delegation answer the question that the chair propounded to him?
The California chairman affirms.
I thank the chairman. May I have the attention of the chairman of the delegation from the great state of Georgia?
Mr. Chairman, the great state of Georgia is proud to confirm the unanimous support of its delegation in seconding the nomination of Governor Ronald Reagan for President of the United States.
I thank the chairman. Will the chairman of the delegation from the state of Oklahoma now affirm the same?
Mr. Chairman, all 34 delegates from the state of Oklahoma affirm it.
And now will the chairman from the great state of Ohio affirm?
Mr. Chairman, all of Ohio's 77 delegates are proud to support the nomination of Ronald Reagan. The chairman affirms.
The name to be presented to the convention by the state of Nevada has qualified under the rules of the convention, and the chair now recognizes one of the great members of the Senate of the United States, the former governor of the state of Nevada, a great Republican, a great guy, Senator Paul Laxalt.
Laxalt is one of the Reagan family's closest friends, perhaps the closest, he and his wife. They go camping together in the western mountains, tents, horses, spend periods of time in the woods together. Reagan talked for a while of choosing him as his vice presidential nominee, but I gather he decided they were too much alike. They're both from the West. Years ago, Laxalt also put Reagan in nomination.
Mr. Chairman, fellow delegates, distinguished guests, and a special greeting to the real power in this country, the 230 million citizens who so proudly say, "I am an American." This is indeed a blessed land, geographically ideal in its location between the two great oceans of the earth, vast in its size, rich in its citizenry, proud in its purposes. A measure of that pride is welled up tonight in me, the son of an immigrant sheep herder, experiencing the best of the American dream as I place a nomination for the highest office of this great country, the name of the man who most certainly will become its next commander-in-chief. There is no woman nor man in this hall who would not be proud to have my task tonight. As one who has been in the political trenches with him for the past 16 years, I've been privileged to have first-hand observation to the varied experience of this man and of his commitment to country. In 1966, when we both ran for governor of our respected states, I watched, marveling all the way, as this citizen politician conducted one of the most aggressive, appealing, and effective campaigns in all of American political history. And in a state where his party was outnumbered 3-2, he won by a smashing 1 million votes.
And unlike one Jimmy Carter, he proved that he can govern as well as he can campaign. Measured in independent terms, the great state he governed would be outranked by only 6 nations on the globe. When he assumed office, that state was racked by all of the monumental problems and financial chaos which in those same years brought other state governments to near bankruptcy. He attacked these problems with guts and with grit. He did not view his election as a chance to give each of his political cronies the best job they ever had. His policy was that he never appointed anyone to a high position in his administration who needed the job. Applying the Western slogan, "Give me men to match my mountains," he assembled a team composed of the top talent that that great state could offer. Through his first term and after his smashing re-election to an additional 4 years, he demonstrated that he had learned that ultimate lesson of leadership, that no man in state or national government can have all the answers. That in a democracy, the assembling, directing, and stimulating of public servants is an important test of leadership. He balanced California's budget while increasing supplemental aid to the elderly, the blind and disabled, and while giving property tax relief to senior citizens. He increased state support for schools 24 times as much as the increase in enrollment. He moved his state from 11th to 3rd among the states in the rehabilitation of the handicapped and their placement in private jobs. He made more minority appointments than any governor in U.S. history. He increased support for alcohol and drug abuse programs. He increased support for the rehabilitation of juveniles and adults and for the treatment of the mentally ill. He removed welfare cheats from the public rolls and then increased welfare benefits to the truly needy by 43%. And after all these accomplishments, he balanced the budget of California and gave a massive tax rebate to his state citizens and left as his legacy the largest state surplus in American political history. Now, I'd say, my fellow Republicans, my fellow Americans, that's some track record. And I submit to you this evening that this outstanding man will do the same great job for all of America as he did for California. Now, after a job so well done, many men would rest on their accomplishments, would consider that after service in the Army and 8 years in the State House, they've done their share. But I know from personal conversations with this man that he'll never stop being grateful to his God and this marvelous country for the opportunities given to him and to his family. Out of office, he continued to speak up for America and to state his positions. No man out of public office has ever given more fully of his views on government. In newspaper columns and radio broadcasts and on the public lecture circuits, he challenged and he served. He worked harder, traveled more miles in more states than any candidate in recorded American history. His decisive plurality at the polls was a testimony to the power of his consistent views and to his energies, for he ran beside the finest group of thoroughbred candidates ever fielded by either party. And throughout the long campaign, his basic decency brought people together and reconciled differences to produce the finest spirit of unity ever shared by a party out of control of the White House. What this man has done to bring our party together, he can do to bring our country together. We've been crawling through a 4-year tunnel, but we finally can see the light of hope at the end. Confidence in country can again become an American birthright. Consistency in diplomacy can again mark our international actions. America can again become the home of the free, the brave, and the proud. Now, who is this man whose mere candidacy has had such an influence on the course of government? Who is this man who says that we must never again send American boys to fight and die in a war we do not intend to win? And who is this candidate who says that children should not be forbidden to pray in their schools? And who is this candidate who opposes a foreign policy that gives away more than it gets for America? And who is this man whose political philosophies are supported by concerned Democrats and independents as well as Republicans? And who is this man who believes America should be militarily strong, not to advance war, but to assure peace? And who is this man, this former wage earner and union member, who knows how unemployment and inflation can destroy the family dream? Who is this man who dares to be strong? Who is this man who will conduct the most aggressive and exciting political campaign in all of American political history and beat the pants off Jimmy Carter? Who is this man who gives us hope again and tonight will bear our banner? And who will be the next president of the United States? Tonight is one of those crucial turning points in American history. So listen to me, delegates. Listen to me, all in this hall and all across America. Tonight we raise the standard around which Americans, regardless of party, will rally in November. Tonight we strike a light in the 4-year blackout of America's hopes and dreams. The man whose name I will proudly put in the nomination for President of the United States represents that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to match public mood and the private man. Take hope, America. Help is finally on the way. This man represents the public dream that is bandwagoning across America tonight. It's a bandwagon for better government. Come on, America. Join the bandwagon. You're all welcome. Let's make America great again. Mr. Chairman, My fellow delegates, it is now my great honor and privilege to nominate the next President of the United States, Ronald Reagan.
And so it's done. What Reagan has wanted for many, many years, what Mrs. Reagan has wanted for many, many years, seen there with her children. All full of people waving banners, state standards.
They've been waiting for this impatiently.
They tried in 1968. It didn't work. They tried in 1976. It came very close. And now, in 1980, it's his. Question that it's the overwhelming sentiment of this convention that Ronald Reagan run for and be elected to the office.
It is not often that a non-incumbent has this kind of grip on a convention.
85 to 90%, I would estimate, of those delegates are for Ronald Reagan.
There are several hundred or several thousand little plastic bugles in the audience. That's the sound you hear. Sounds like a flock of angry bees, doesn't it?
The real news of the evening possibly is being made not here, but about 3 or 4 blocks away in the Detroit Plaza Hotel. We're all waiting to see if this party and Ronald Reagan have been able to persuade former President Gerald Ford to run for the vice presidency on a ticket headed by Reagan. That decision, as far as we can tell, has not been made yet, but it could come this evening.
One thing we can tell, John, is that George Bush is across the street in the bar of the Pontchartrain Hotel having a beer with members of his staff.
I think that tells us about as much as anything else as of this moment. If Mr. Bush were still waiting for the nod from the Reagan forces, I doubt that he'd be having a beer in the hotel.
Tom Brokaw on the floor has a report. Tom, if we can hear you.
Yes. Well, this is Governor Jim Thompson of Illinois wearing a button put down the sign. It says Reagan, and then he's added Ford. Do they have a deal?
I have no idea.
You've given your word, you told me just a few moments ago.
I told Bill Casey, Ronald Reagan's campaign manager, that I wouldn't discuss anything that I've been doing for the last 12 hours, and I intend to keep my word.
But there you are.
I want to be invited back.
Do you want me to read that button?
Oh, you can read that button all you want. I happen to think that's the greatest ticket in American politics.
Do you expect to see him here tonight by chance?
I don't know. We'll see.
Would you be real surprised if on tomorrow we had a Ford and Reagan ticket? Would you answer that?
I'm never surprised by anything in politics. It'd be stupendous.
And it would be good for Illinois and good for the Republican Republican Party, and you're good for the country. And you told me just to read that button when I asked you whether they had a deal, and it says Reagan and Ford.
I just said read my button.
Okay. Now we're going to go across the aisle. Just stay with me, Bobby. We have the governor of Iowa over here, Governor Ray, another Midwesterner. Governor Ray, is it your understanding that the deal has been struck between Gerald Ford and Ronald Reagan?
That's my understanding.
And you have it from a high source in the campaign?
Well, I get the information in several different ways. One is from a voice that has talked to both of them late this afternoon, and I'm advised that Ronald Reagan really, truly wants Jerry Ford on the ticket.
Well, I understand that.
And then Jerry Ford was interested under certain conditions, and after I came here tonight, the word I got was that they had struck the deal, so to speak.
And what were the conditions?
Well, the only condition I know is that he would not be a ceremonial vice president. And that's understandable. And certainly, I would expect if they do run and get elected, that he would be more than just a ceremonial vice president.
And it's your understanding that they're coming to this convention hall tonight as well?
That's the last word I heard.
From somebody who had been in touch with the headquarters?
Yes.
And how long ago was that?
Oh, that's been half hour ago.
After all of this, and you've been in politics a long time, after it reaches the levels that it has reached tonight, this discussion, you'd be pretty surprised, wouldn't you, if it didn't happen? So would I at this point, I'll tell you.
I would.
Okay. Governor Bob Ray of Iowa, who says that the deal has been made. I can tell you that members of the Ford advance team, the people who make arrangements for his visit, have been spotted on the floor. There was even a report that he was in the hall. That proved not to be true, but they've been here. So we'll just have to wait and see now, John and David and everyone else, whether, in fact, Ronald Reagan was able to persuade Gerald Ford, this extraordinary situation that has developed tonight, to accept second place on his ticket after Gerald Ford had served as President of the United States. And if there were conditions, what are those conditions? There's already been some tongue-in-cheek discussion of a co-presidency. Seems highly unlikely to me. I cannot hear any instruction from anyone, so I'm going to say, let's take a look at this rally that's going on the floor, unless you want me to throw it to the boot.
Good idea, Tom. We'll look at the rally. Well, Governor Robert Ray of Iowa, who is a well-connected Republican, says a deal has been struck.
We have a report, John, that the announcement is going to be made in about 15 or 20 minutes by the Reagan people, Bill Timmons, announcing a Reagan-Ford ticket.
Well, one of the things that we are observing here in this convention hall is the fact that if such an arrangement is made, a ticket is completed, there are a number of people who have to be told about it. And many of those people are here in the hall, and that's where some of this news is going to come out. We'll be back with more after this.
1980 Republican National Convention. Here is David Brinkley.
And there are the balloons. Red, white, and blue. Thousands of balloons falling from big black sacks, which have been tied up in the rafters of this building since before we got here last week. And I don't understand why they're dropping them tonight. They always drop the balloons when the nominee is on the podium.
Well, I think the answer may be that they've got more balloons.
Maybe they'll fill up those sacks again tomorrow.
This raises again, as it always does, one of the more profound questions of American politics. Why is it, David, that balloons at Republican conventions always drop down and balloons at Democratic conventions always float up? I've never understood that.
If they float up, they have to be filled with helium, and they have to be kept somewhere on the floor, as opposed to sticking them up in the rafters. Anyway, the balloons are down, and now they're all popping them and having a wonderful time. This is, of course, the demonstration following Senator Paul Laxalt's formal placing of Ronald Reagan's name in nomination for president. It's been going on now for about 15 minutes. We expect very shortly an announcement from the Reagan staff about Gerald Ford. Mrs. Reagan is throwing balloons.
Senator Robert Dole, one of the key players in today's negotiations, is down on the floor with Tom Brokaw.
We're down here in the middle of not only the physical pandemonium, but also the political pandemonium and rumor pandemonium of the night. I just came by Senator Dole and I said, Governor Ray and Governor Thompson of Iowa and Illinois just saying strongly that the deal had been made, and you said...
I just don't think anybody knows whether the deal has been made. Now, they may have a better pipeline than I have.
But you were in those meetings all day.
I was there about 7 or 8 hours, and maybe it's made. When I left at 5 o'clock, it was under consideration.
The deal was under consideration by whom? Both parties?
I think so. I think they were meeting again. I understand they met tonight. There are all kinds of rumors. I'll believe it when I see them walk in the hall.
And you have been trying to get in touch with people over there in the last hour or so?
I tried indirectly to get in touch with Bill Timmons, and he was tied up in a meeting, so that was good news.
So you think that they're still discussing it, but you're waiting for official confirmation?
I think it was moving in that direction. I think Ford was very positive, Reagan was very positive, but when I left, the arrangements hadn't been made.
Senator Dole, let me just raise a couple of the conditions that Gerald Ford himself was talking about and people in his staff. I mean, how in the world can you put in writing the duties of a vice president that will keep a man who had once been president of the United States happy in the second place in the ticket, not for the next part of the campaign, but for the next 4 years? That's what we're talking about.
Well, that's something for them to work out, but I think it can be done. I'm convinced that Gerald Ford understands duty to his country. He doesn't need the job. He doesn't want the job. He wants to help America, and I think he's willing, and I think Governor Reagan has indicated a willingness to go the extra mile, write a blank check if necessary.
You know, it seems to me that if Gerald Ford does not take it, after all of you have been saying this about him, saying in effect he's the only one, that'll be pretty hard for anybody else
to do well. We can win with someone else, but he's the one who adds points. In all the surveys, Gerald Ford adds points.
Thank you very much, Senator Robert Dole of Kansas, who was convinced that if the deal has been struck, it has not been announced. He says we ought not to get too carried away here. We'll get carried away by the crowd if we're not careful. Now back to David Brinkley.
Senator George Bush is in his headquarters hotel. A few moments ago, we told you he was drinking a beer with his staff. In his headquarters hotel, just across from here, the Pontchartrain Hotel, David Burrington is with him. David?
David, George Bush has now gone up to his room in the hotel after having a beer down here. While he was in there, a few of us went in to talk to him. He said that he has heard nothing but rumors about the negotiations going on with former President Ford, and that he wasn't going to comment on rumors. He said that he has not been contacted in any way by Reagan about the vice presidential nomination, either directly or indirectly. He did say that as he came off the floor tonight, he heard that Ford and Reagan would make an appearance at the convention tonight, and he indicated that if that were true, that the race was over, that Ford would be the running mate. George Bush said that he did feel a bit apprehensive as he climbed the podium tonight to make his speech, both because of the nature of the crowd and because of all the speculation that's been going on. But he gave the impression that he felt he had done everything he could possibly do to get this vice presidential nomination. He also gave the impression that he'll be very happy when all this waiting is over. John?
He said that George Bush said earlier that his strategy for getting the vice presidential nomination of this party was no strategy. He did just about everything he could not to draw attention to himself, hoping that Reagan would pick him. Bush may have known, as some of us did, that senior members of the Reagan staff thought that Bush would help the ticket a great deal. But Gerald Ford is a jewel in their crown. There's no question about that. If they can get Gerald Ford, a highly respected man, to be on the ticket, a former president, they can put together a powerful package. On the other hand, come November, they could lose. We'll be back after this.
1952 in Chicago, Taft against Eisenhower. Taft, son of a president, Republican leader in the Senate, stern in appearance, austere in manner. Eisenhower, Ike from the plains of Kansas, war hero, affable and open. Taft represented Republican conservatives, Eisenhower the moderates. The nomination hinged on contested seats in Texas, Georgia, and Louisiana. Taft supporter Everett Dirksen thundered at Ike man Thomas E. Dewey, "We followed you before, and you took us down the road to defeat." But the Eisenhower people won Georgia and Texas.
The minority substitute report is adopted.
The next day, after the first roll call, Eisenhower needed 9 more votes. Minnesota switched from Harold Stassen.
Minnesota wishes to change to Eisenhower.
And Eisenhower was in. Edwin Newman, NBC News.
Some house, but you need a new heating system.
Gas is nice.
We heard wood stoves were efficient. Wood's not cheap.
There's oil. Cammy is the fireplace.
How about steam? You gotta have insulation.
I know electric.
Hold it, hold it.
Solar heat.
Hold it. The first step is the yellow pages.
The Bell System Yellow Pages. The first step in helping you solve a heating problem. Before you waste time and money, take the first step. Let your fingers do the walking through the Bell System Yellow Pages.
Some storm.
The house is cozy.
We are at that point in a story, a breaking story, where evidence has to be looked at, and it points in one particular direction. As we just reported, George Bush is in his hotel, having heard nothing on this evening from Governor Reagan or his staff. Jack Kemp, who was another contender for the second spot on the ticket, may be in the hall somewhere. I don't know where Jack Kemp is. We haven't heard of him since he had lunch with Reagan today at a Polish-American club here in Detroit, along with George Bush. And Congressman Vanderjagt, whose name also had been mentioned in these closing days, was out here with us on the balcony not long ago and did not at all look like a man who expected to be called by Governor Reagan to ask to run with him. Well, that leaves Gerald Ford. And the politicians here on the floor, some of them who know a lot about the Republican Party, are saying that it's going to be a Reagan-Ford ticket. And now another one of them is down on the floor, a Bush supporter, Governor Milliken of Michigan. I think you see Governor Milliken in your picture there with Garrick Utley on the telephone, and Utley is saying, "We're on."
Governor Milliken, down in the cauldron of this Reagan demonstration, do you have any new information from George Bush? It looks as if it's over for Bush.
I have no information from George Bush. I do understand that the arrangement has been set between Governor Reagan and President Ford, and that they are on the way down here, but no word from George Bush, except that if this is the case, then that is over. And from George Bush's standpoint, I regret that, but it would be a powerful ticket with Reagan and Ford.
Now, you were a very strong supporter of George Bush throughout this campaign. He got a big welcome this evening, a spontaneous demonstration from the delegates here.
He got one of the finest demonstrations I've ever seen at any convention. He's a remarkable guy and a really classy guy. And I know that his future lies ahead for him in politics.
Do you think that he should have a position in a Ford-Reagan administration? Or Reagan-Ford administration, perhaps I should say.
If that ticket actually, in fact, is put together, I most certainly do think he should have a major role in a new administration.
When do you think George Bush discovered that he wasn't going to get it, that it was going the other way?
Well, it's said that he learned just prior to his giving the speech. It's difficult for me to believe that because it was a remarkable, upbeat speech, a great speech that he gave, and I found it difficult to believe that it came before the speech.
How do you feel personally? You worked so hard and long for George Bush. You campaigned for him here when you won the primary. You campaigned for him across the country.
Well, I have a very warm feeling toward George Bush. He's great for the country. The Reagan-Ford ticket will be powerful, and I think President Ford's addition to that ticket will assure its success. But I'm sorry in many ways that we don't have George Bush, but he will be in another capacity.
Thank you very much, Governor Milliken of Michigan, a long and strong supporter of George Bush. Now over somewhere in this crowd to Tom Pettit.
Gary,
Eric, I hardly know where I am myself. I think I'm in California, surrounded by Californians. Caspar Weinberger, prominent Republican, servant in Washington as in OMB and other jobs. Tell me what the conditions were that Gerald Ford asked from Reagan.
Well, I can't tell you with any degree of certainty or any degree of accuracy. He wants to be sure that it is a meaningful job, and there were, as I understand it, some fairly detailed discussions that went on most of the afternoon. There are all kinds of rumors now, and I have really, since I've been at the convention here for about an hour, I can't really give you any very accurate or up-to-date information.
But you said at one time they were discussing a co-presidency.
That was when a lot of people were involved in this, and I don't want to give the impression that any one person had insisted on this as a condition. But there was discussion of what was being called some sort of shared or co-authority. That's not very practical under the Constitution, and I don't think it was. I don't think it was anything very seriously considered that it was mentioned.
In other words, Gerald Ford wants to have some power if he's to be vice president.
Well, he certainly wants to be active and have some sort of meaningful role, and I think they're trying to work out some kind of assurances along that line. But again, 99% of this, Tom, is rumor, and I hate to peddle rumors.
Even Richard Nixon never thought of a co-presidency.
No, I don't think anything of that kind will materialize, but that was some of the rumor that was being churning around in the mill in the early afternoon.
And it's still going on, we understand.
My understanding is there are a lot of people here who are telling me that Ford is accepted, but I hate to report anything or comment on anything that I don't know of my own knowledge to be true, and I do not know that of my own knowledge.
You think a deal will be struck, though?
Yeah, I think that there'll be some settlement of it by morning. In fact, there has to be, because there's a press conference to announce it tomorrow morning.
Mr. Weinberger, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
Tom Brokaw is somewhere. We on? Bob Michael, the convention floor manager for Ronald Reagan, is on the telephone. I just saw him a few moments ago. You can see that he's running the floor operation. He's trying to get in touch with people back there. He said he doesn't know anything more than he knew before, but he's on the red telephone, which goes back into the Reagan trailer here, and as he walked up, one of his aides said that Cliff White has been trying to get in touch with you, and he'll call you back as soon as he knows anything. The rumors, what about it, Congressman Michael? They coming over? Something might be going on, because he generally will talk. These are the red hats. These work for Congressman Michael, who, as you know, from Illinois, has been helping to run the floor. That is, to get things organized for Governor Reagan.
And we will now proceed with the second of the nominations.
Right. How can I get
the chair now recognizes
we just don't know what he's saying right now.
The National Committeeman, the great Empire State of New York.
There are these continuing and wildly circulating rumors that are they about to come to the convention hall? There's so much talk of it.
I can't tell you, Tom, yet until just waiting on a kind of a call momentarily as to what
will happen. They're telling you to stand by to wait for the call, though?
Yeah.
Well, that's one sign, isn't it?
Naturally. One development at a time. I mean, after all, you've been waiting for something here exciting, and yeah, if it does come, why, you wouldn't mind a few more moments of suspense, would you?
Well, I guess not, just as long as we had a little indication that something might in fact happen. Is that your understanding?
Well, and that I can't assure you either, except that we're waiting momentarily as you all are.
And when they say the phone call comes, we'll know one way or the other?
Well, I think we'll know a little bit more than what we know now.
That wouldn't be real hard.
Hey, Bob, we want one of our bright young delegates here to make a second.
That's Congressman Bob Michael of Illinois, who runs the floor. And we'll, we got to...
For God's sake, what are you doing there, brother?
This is Lieutenant Governor Reineke, who was with Governor Reagan in California. Now we're about to have the second of these speeches. Let's go back to the booth.
I'll take a minute. You get it.
We now have it from about 5 sources that Governor Reagan is coming here to the convention hall tonight. I assume he will wait. We don't know the time. Assume he will wait until the voting is finished and he has formally been nominated and then come.
and the capacity
apparently with
to govern.
Gerald Ford
Ronald Reagan of the Golden
here in the
State
convention
of
hall,
California.
which is highly unusual.
It would be an electrifying moment. I mean, there are a lot of precedents being broken here. Presidents have come to the hall, nominees have come to the hall before they have made their acceptance speech. Traditionally, they stay out of the hall until they accept the nomination in the formal speech on the last night of the convention. It has happened before, but never before. Lyndon Johnson did it in 1964 in Atlantic City. When
he was already president, though.
He was already president, and really thought of that convention as his own personal sideshow.
It was.
It was. But never before in American history has a former president agreed to run again as a vice presidential candidate. So if that has happened, and every indication now is that it has happened, it's something for the record books.
Well, I suspect, John, that if Ford does this, takes this, and if the ticket is elected, that will get him about a half a page in a World Almanac.
It will indeed, although they don't know that they'll get elected. This hall is full of people who think that that's the strongest possible ticket they can put out. And I think most observers, most people who report on politics would agree that a Reagan-Ford ticket is the best product in terms of going against Jimmy Carter and Fritz Mondale that you could pull out of this convention without prejudice to any of the other people who hoped for the nomination.
Jessica Savage is on the podium and talking to Senator Laxalt, who put Ronald Reagan in nomination. Jessica?
Senator Laxalt has some information that kind of flies in the face of the story that we have going here. Senator, you have some last-minute information. A deal has not been made between Reagan and Ford. Is that correct?
The information I received a few seconds ago indicates that there is still talk and discussion going. Nothing firm as yet.
What does talk and discussion mean? Discussion of what? What are the issues? What are the factors?
I don't personally know, since I haven't been involved. President Ford indicated in an earlier interview that he would not want to be a figurehead, that he'd want some real responsibility, which is understandable. And perhaps that's what we're talking about. Perhaps a clearer delineation of policy than one would ordinarily have in a normal situation. Here we have a rather unique one in a former president, perhaps considering coming on as a vice presidential candidate.
What are some of the mitigating factors? You know Ronald Reagan personally. You were governors together. You were very close. Do you think that it is possible that some deal could be worked out, that President Ford could be a Vice President Ford in a Reagan administration?
Jessica, I think so, and I hope so. I've nursed this dream ticket along for months. I felt that some time ago that if this could be accomplished, it would be in the best interests of the Republican Party and the country, because Gerald Ford brings to the package unlimited Washington experience, high credibility throughout the country, and between the two of them, I think they'd make a magnificent team.
Why the last-minute negotiation? Why, if Vice President Ford has been a possibility for a while, as you tell me, the vice presidency, why wait till the last minute at a convention to work all the details out?
Well, I can tell you why, because when I broached the idea several weeks ago, most everybody shot it down, including Gerald Ford. I felt at the time that if we could get to the convention, it could be explored further, because there's nothing like the dynamics of a convention like this. Here you have the activists within the Republican Party from all over the country. And as you know, from observing the last few minutes, the energy level is unbelievable. This does remarkable things in terms of politics. And I felt all along that if this situation could be deferred and really try it out at this convention, that perhaps this might work. I hope it will.
I think John Chancellor in the booth has a question. I'll have to repeat it for you, Senator. Yes, John.
Does he know if Ford and Reagan are actually in physical contact right now in the same room?
John wants to know, do you know if Ford and Reagan are in contact at this time in the same room?
John, the last report I had indicates that they have not met since sometime this afternoon. At the present time, there's some discussions going on between staff persons, and this evening, apparently there's been no meeting between the principals.
Who's meeting them? At what level is this being
I
discussed?
don't know. All I was told that staff people are still talking.
As far as you know, at the last minute, there has been no firm deal made between Reagan and Ford.
So far as I know, we do not at this point have a political wedding.
There you have it, Senator Paul Laxalt. Jessica Savage at the podium. Back to John Chancellor.
Well, that's interesting. Let's sum that up. Paul Laxalt really should know what's going on. He did say that he's the one who proposed this some weeks ago, and everybody shouted him down, he said, including Gerald Ford. And then he went on and proposed his idea here in Detroit. But according to Senator Laxalt, interviewed by Jessica Savage, the staff discussions are going on. He says that Gerald Ford and Ronald Reagan have not met in the same room since the meeting we knew about, which took place late this afternoon. There was a report of a meeting around 7 o'clock Detroit time, but that, according to Senator Laxalt, may not have taken place. So what's happening at the hotel, at the Detroit Plaza Hotel, is that on the 69th floor, Ronald Reagan is in his suite, and I think on the 70th floor of that Tower Hotel, Gerald Ford is in his suite, and it means that for something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, they have not met directly. And that, it seems to me, if Senator Laxalt's information is correct, means that this is proceeding more slowly than perhaps we had thought, if they have intermediaries meeting and talking. That's where we stand now. Our gratitude both to Senator Laxalt for that fill-in and to Jessica Savage, who got it. We'll be back with more after this. We are now at the stage of the proceedings here in Joe Louis Arena in Detroit, where seconding speeches are being made to the convention following Senator Laxalt's speech placing Ronald Reagan's name in nomination. Still to come will be the roll call of all the states, which will certainly make Ronald Reagan the formal nominee of the party. He is now the informal nominee. And Garrick Utley is down on the floor with more on this story.
We're in the California delegation. William French Smith, Ronald Reagan's attorney, one of his longtime political supporters. In fact, you go back to 1964 when you and some others
that's correct.
got with Ronald Reagan and started him on the road to the governorship of California.
Yes,
Here
indeed.
you are tonight.
And we're very honored tonight and certainly pleased that all of that happened that many years ago.
Well, while the roll call is about to get underway and Ronald Reagan is about to be nominated, he is very preoccupied back there at the Detroit Plaza Hotel in negotiations, probably, we can call it, with Gerald Ford as to whether Ford is going to accept the second place. Senator Paul Laxalt has just said that the final deal or agreement has not yet been made. The final nail is not yet in place. How much authority or power do you think Ronald Reagan would be prepared to give to Gerald Ford in order to get him to accept the number 2 spot?
Well, I really am not in any position to comment on that at this time. You correctly said that things are going on back there, but they've been going on for quite some time. There's been a good deal of wrestling with all of the problems and the procedures that are involved in making this very important decision. And really,
Well, do you think that it is very important to have Gerald Ford on the Republican ticket with Reagan?
I think he would be an excellent vice presidential candidate.
Do you think
I think that would be a very fine ticket indeed.
And do you think Mr. Reagan is prepared to at least make some accommodation or to meet some of Gerald Ford's wishes to...
Well, as I say, I really couldn't comment on that.
Anyway, okay, thank you very much.
Not at this
Smith,
point.
Ronald Reagan's attorney and longtime supporter. Now back up to John Chancellor.
Ronald Reagan.
I don't know where that's coming from.
Thank you very much. You may be able to help me out. Okay.
New Jersey, John Rocco.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very proud moment for me, for my hometown of Cherry Hill.
Another seconding speech for Ronald Reagan's nomination.
John
Rocco,
New Jersey.
New Jersey.
There are only 2 left, and then the voting will start. Now there are 3. Seconding speech by Congressman Evans of Delaware.
This dream has come true. For tonight, I am able to stand before you and second the nomination of the next President of the United States. A man who knows, as I do, what the American dream is all about. A man who can rescue that dream from the nightmare of inflation, unemployment, and international conflict. a man who will rekindle that dream and help it come true for all those who wish to call themselves Americans. I am honored and privileged to second the nomination of the next President of the United States, Ronald Reagan.
The chair now recognizes Susan Williams Sweetser, the delegate from Vermont.
Mr. Chairman, and my fellow Republicans, I stand before this convention not as a successful professional or businesswoman, but as a college student struggling to make ends meet. I stand here because I am concerned about what the future holds for my generation. We want a future with good jobs, plentiful energy, and above all, peace and freedom for our nation and all nations. And our present leaders tell us that these goals are out of reach. I don't believe them. That is why I have turned to the Republican Party and to the one and only candidate who has dared to dream about a better America for my generation. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud and honored as one of the younger delegates in this convention to second the nomination of our next President of the United States, Ronald Reagan.
Seconding speeches, I think there are 2 left, should be done in a minute or so, and then they will start voting and nominate Reagan while he sits in his hotel room and watches on television. We'll be back in a moment.
This convention is now seized with the idea that Gerald Ford may be running with Ronald Reagan, and many people are beginning to think longer thoughts about that. For example, Henry Kissinger's appearance here last night caused some apprehension on the part of party officials and Reagan officials. They worried that some of these conservatives might boo Henry Kissinger because the conservatives believe that Henry Kissinger is really responsible for the SALT treaty with the Russians, for giving away the Panama Canal, to use their phrase, and for a Ford foreign policy that did not meet their conservative expectations. If Gerald Ford should go on a ticket with Ronald Reagan, what will some of these conservatives feel about foreign policy should that ticket get to the White House? Some of those include, I expect, Senator Jake Garn of Utah, who's with Tom Pettit on the convention floor.
Senator Garn, you are one of those men we call a hawk, a conservative, a strong advocate of national defense. Yet you told me tonight you were stunned by the word sent to you, right? Word sent to you that Ford had agreed to run on the ticket with Reagan.
Well, yes, I am. I would love to see that take place because I think it would make the strongest possible ticket. But it is very difficult for a former president, having been there, to step down to the vice presidency. So I hope it's true. I hope the word is correct. But I would be very, very surprised if it were.
What arrangements would have been made in order to give Mr. Ford extra power, which is what these negotiations apparently...
Well, basically, what I was told that he wanted to handle all of the relationships with Congress. I have always felt that presidents have said their vice presidents would be brought up in power and authority, and they never have been. It makes good sense to have a vice president much closer in harmony with the president.
But, Senator, you're talking about 2 men, one of whom was strongly against détente, one of whom was the partial architect of détente, the partial architect of the SALT II treaty, which both you and Reagan opposed so strongly. How can you stand here and say those 2 men make a ticket that meshes?
Well, it certainly does, because Gerald Ford, for 25 years as a congressman, was a very conservative congressman. The initial phases of the SALT II treaty negotiated by Gerald Ford were quite different than what Carter finally agreed to. His defense budget would have spent $38 billion more. There is no comparison between Gerald Ford and Jimmy Carter, and very little difference, in my opinion, between Ronald Reagan and Ford on defense and foreign policy.
You've been told the deal has been struck and the men may come here tonight.
I have been told that it has, and they will be here together. I will not believe it until I see them up there on the podium together, but I hope it works.
Senator Garn, thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Now over to Chris Wallace.
The talks that are going on, according to Senator Laxalt, right now in the Detroit Plaza are, of course, very important politically, but they also have some considerable governmental ramifications. And Barbara Conable, congressman from New York and one of the most respected Republicans in the House, is concerned about the kind of deal that Ronald Reagan and Gerald Ford might be striking tonight. What are your concerns, Congressman?
Well, I don't know much about it. I understand that from your media that there has been a series of conditions offered to Governor Reagan for Gerald Ford's participation as vice president. I assume those conditions involve some function. Historically, the function of the vice president has been comparatively modest. The problem then is how do you govern with a divided presidency if these transfers of power are real?
Well, what kind of problems could arise?
Well, the problems that arise, of course, are one of who does what. And ultimately, Ronald Reagan has to have the ultimate say. He is the president, not Gerald Ford, even if he delegates a significant part of his powers to Gerald Ford. That means that my friend Gerald Ford, whom I have great confidence in, is going to have a difficult time maintaining those conditions. I think it will require a good deal more exploration, and I'd like to know what the conditions are.
Do you think it's impossible to work out some kind of a deal for a super vice president?
No, it's not impossible, and certainly it's desirable. It's a very big job for one man to do. But everybody has to understand, including a man who has been president himself, that Ronald Reagan is the leader. Because he is the president.
Do you think there'd be problems with the media, that we wouldn't know who was in charge?
Yes, I think that's right. I'm sure there would be a tendency for Gerald Ford to find it difficult to clear everything with Ronald Reagan if he were going to be taking a functioning part of the government. I will say that Mr. Ford has some very important things to add to the government.
Politically, you do like the ticket.
Yes, I like the ticket politically, and also he knows the Congress very well.
But governmentally, you got some problems.
Governmentally, there are problems. That's correct.
Congressman Barbara Conable of New York, thanks very much. Now back up to John Chancellor.
Well, the last speech of the evening, as far as David and I can tell by looking at the schedule, is just about to be completed. And then after that, we will have the roll call of the states. And we'll be back with that coverage after this.
Ronald Reagan.
We are back on the convention floor. The roll call
Arizona.
voting on the nominee has begun.
Arkansas, 19 votes.
Mr. Chairman, Arkansas, the land of opportunity and the home of the Razorbacks, proudly cast 19 votes for the next President of the United States, Governor Ronald Reagan. Arkansas, 19 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Everything is for Reagan so far. I think the first
California,
Anderson votes will come in Illinois.
68 votes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield this announcement to the daughter of the next President of the United States.
Mr. Chairman, California cast 168 votes. Mr. Chairman, California cast 168 votes for the next President of the United States, my father, Ronald Reagan.
California, 168 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Colorado, 31 votes.
Mr. Chairman, the great state of Colorado, ski country USA, home of beautiful mountains and Rocky Mountain spring water, is honored to cast all 31 unanimous delegate votes for Ronald Reagan, the next President of the United States.
Colorado, 31 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Connecticut,
Mr. Chairman, the delegation which represents the people of Connecticut, the Constitution State, cast 35 votes for the next President of the United States, Governor Ronald Reagan.
Connecticut, 35 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Delaware, 12 votes.
Mr. Chairman, the first state of the United States of America, the state that welcomed every other state in this hall into the Union, is proud to cast all 12 votes for Governor Ronald Reagan.
Delaware, 12 votes for Ronald Reagan.
District of Columbia, 14 votes.
Mr. Chairman, the District of Columbia, the home of the world's most beautiful capital, cast 14 votes for Mr. Ronald Reagan. District of Columbia, 14 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Florida, 51 votes.
In Florida, we believe in Ronald Reagan. We cast all 51 votes for the next President of the United States, Ronald Reagan.
Florida, 51 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Georgia, 36 votes.
Mr. Chairman, the sovereign state of Georgia, which now hereby acknowledges and bewails its manifold sins and wickedness in sending Jimmy Carter to Washington, and which now faithfully promises to take him back next January. Is proud and honored to cast all of its 36 votes for that great and unselfish American leader, Ronald Reagan. Georgia, 36 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Guam, 4 votes.
Mr. Chairman, from the Republican territory of Guam, whose delegation was the first to pledge 100% for Reagan, is now happy to cast 4 votes for a winner, Ronald Reagan. Guam, 4 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Hawaii, 14 votes.
Mr. Chairman, because we all know that Hawaii is the most beautiful state in the Union, it has the most beautiful weather that California and Florida dreams about, and because we have the greatest people in the world, and we all know that, I will not say anything about that. Instead, Hawaii casts its 14 votes for Ronald Reagan. Hawaii, 14 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Idaho, 21 votes.
Mr. President, Idaho plans to cast not only its votes for Governor Reagan, but to give him more help in the Senate of the United States by separating Senator Church from the state. Idaho proudly cast 21 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Idaho, 21 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Illinois, 102 votes.
Mr. Chairman, under the laws of Illinois, I am obliged to report to you that there are within our delegation 21 votes for a man who has not been placed in nomination, John Anderson. But, Mr. Chairman, now comes the good part. Illinois, the home of the first Republican President of the United States, and the birthplace in Tampico, Illinois, growing up in Dixon, Illinois, of the next Republican President of the United States, cast 81 votes for Governor Ronald Reagan.
Illinois cast 81 votes for Ronald Reagan, 21 votes for John Anderson.
Indiana,
Mr. Chair.
54 votes.
Mr. Chairman, the delegation from the Hoosier State, the home of fast cars, great basketball, and winning Republicans, proudly cast 54 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Indiana, 54 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Iowa, 37 votes.
Mr. Chairman, Iowa, a place to grow, cast its 37 votes for a former Iowan whose spectacular and sensational career has grown and grown since he was a sportscaster in Iowa. We're very proud to cast all 37 of our votes for the next President of the United States, Ronald Reagan.
Iowa, 37 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Kansas, 32 votes.
Mr. Chairman, the great state of Kansas, the home of those two great Americans, Senator Nancy Kassebaum and Senator Robert Dole, proudly cast 32 votes for Governor Ronald Reagan.
Kansas, 32 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Kentucky, 27 votes.
Mr. Chairman, Kentucky, the home of beautiful women, fast horses, and great basketball teams, cast 27 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Kentucky, 27 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Louisiana, 31 votes.
Louisiana, Mr. Secretary, the Bayou State of Louisiana, who is proud to number amongst its delegation the newest Republican governor in America, cast its entire 31 votes for the next President of the United States, Ronald Reagan.
Louisiana, 31 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Maine, 21 votes.
Mr. Chairman, Maine, the home of Yankee ingenuity and independence, proudly reaffirms the saying, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. Maine proudly casts its entire 21 votes for the next president, Governor Ronald Reagan.
Maine, 21 votes for Ronald Reagan.
The lovely state of Maryland, 30 votes.
Mr. Chairman, the great free state of Maryland, the home of the Chesapeake Bay Crab and the Baltimore Oriole, that great winning baseball team, cast all 30 unanimous votes for the next President of the United States, Ronald Reagan.
Maryland, 30 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Massachusetts, 42 votes.
Massachusetts, 42 votes. The great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, a state of high technology, education, presidents in the Red Sox, cast 33 votes for Ronald Reagan, 9 for Anderson.
Massachusetts, 33 votes for Ronald Reagan, 9 votes for John Anderson.
Michigan, 82 votes.
Mr. Chairman, the great state of Michigan cast 67 votes for Reagan, 13 for Bush, 1 for Ian Armstrong, and 1 uncommitted.
Would the chairman of the Michigan delegation please repeat that vote?
Reagan, 67, Bush, 13, Armstrong, 1, and 1 not voting.
Michigan casts 67 votes for Ronald Reagan, 13 votes for George Bush, 1 vote for Armstrong, and 1 not voting.
Minnesota, 34 votes.
I'm pleased to have the lady who did more for Ronald Reagan in Minnesota than anyone else announce for that great state the site of the Minnesota Massacre in 1978.
Ronald Reagan, 33, 1 vote, no endorsement.
Would the chairman of the Minnesota delegation please repeat that vote?
Ronald Reagan, 33, no endorsement, 1 vote.
Minnesota, 33 votes for Ronald Reagan, 1 not voting.
Mississippi, 22 votes.
Mr. Chairman, Mississippi, believing that together we can make a new beginning and make America great again, casts all of its 22 votes for our next president, Ronald Reagan.
Mississippi, 22 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Missouri, 37 votes.
Mr. Chairman, this is a great day. A day we've been waiting for a number of years. Mr. Chairman, the state of Missouri cast all 37 votes for the next president of the United States, Ronald Reagan.
Missouri, 37 votes for Ronald Reagan.
Montana, 20 votes.
Here we go.
Cut to me.
Mr. Chairman, Montana, the Big Sky, Reagan country, is indeed proud and pleased and thrilled to cast the vote at this time, which makes Governor Reagan the nominee of our party. 20 votes for Governor Reagan.
And he's over. That's it.
Will we continue?
Actually, I expect Mr. Rhodes will have to come up and get ordered, but there's no hurry about it. It's part of letting off steam from the system. I just want to let him know.
Here is the Reagan family at the hotel. Mr. and Mrs. Reagan, Reagan children, getting the good news on television.
Kind of little family surprise. It doesn't happen to everyone.
Hasn't happened.
Sitting there watching Pop nominated.
The roll call in the hall has been suspended while the band plays.
While they
the
celebrate.
delegates cheer. I've always wondered at times like these, I presume all the networks are carrying this picture, so the Reagans are smiling, looking at pictures of themselves.
Yes.
And now to Chris Wallace on the convention floor.
I'm here on the convention floor, John, with a very happy daughter, Maureen Reagan, a delegate, or rather an alternate from California, and the daughter of the new nominee of the Republican Party. Maureen, it must be a very happy night.
Hot dog!
How long have you been waiting for that?
Well, at least 4 years.
Actually, it's more like 12, isn't it?
Well, I wasn't really that involved the first time. That was sort of a favorite son situation. It was 4 years ago was the one we worked on.
What are your thoughts, though, about this tremendous honor and this tremendous responsibility that's been given to your dad?
Well, while it was all going on, I kept thinking, gee, I'm glad I know him. And then I kept thinking, gee, I'm glad I helped.
Are you scared at all?
You will, please.
No? Am I supposed to be?
I don't know. People talk about it maybe a mean campaign, a nasty campaign. Do you have any thoughts about that? Any doubts?
Well, if it's going to be mean, it's going to be nasty. It's going to come from someplace else but us. But we can fight back.
Have you talked to your dad at all this week about this moment and about the responsibility he's about to take on?
No, not really in that context. We were talking today because at the caucus team luncheon, he said that he had a strange mixed feeling because all these people were doing for him things he had done for other people as well as himself in the past, and he had this kind of mixed emotion. He didn't quite know how to say thank you eloquently enough, but I think everybody here knows that he said thank you.
In case your dad is watching at home now, anything you'd like to say to him?
Hi, Dad!
What would you think of Jerry Ford as a vice president?
I think any one of them would be fine. I didn't have a horse in that race.
Okay, Maureen Reagan, thanks very much and congratulations.
Thank you. It's nice to see you.
Back to the anchor booth.
Proudly cast.
The roll call is continuing, though the issue is settled.
New Hampshire, 22
The Reagans, all of them except Maureen, I believe, and the grandson,
That first primary
in
state
the Detroit
where this
Plaza watching
really
on
all
television.
began is unanimous in casting all of its 22 votes for Ronald Reagan.
New Hampshire, 22 votes for Ronald Reagan.
New Jersey, 66 votes.
Mr. Chairman, for the purpose of presenting New Jersey's vote, I present our co-chairman, Raymond Donovan.
Mr. Chairman, I am deeply honored to have the privilege to represent the great Garden State, the home of a treasured asset, William Simon, and to cast New Jersey's 66 delegate votes for my friend, a man of destiny, the hope of our nation, the Honorable Ronald Reagan of California.
New Jersey, 66 votes for Ronald Reagan.
New Mexico, 22 votes.
New Mexico, Reagan country for 12 long years, cast all 22 votes for Ronald Reagan.
New Mexico, 22 votes for Ronald Reagan.
New York, 123 votes.
Mr. Chairman, New York cast 121 votes for Ronald Reagan and 2 abstentions.
New York, 121 votes for Ronald Reagan, 2 not voting.
New York cast nearly all of its votes for Ronald Reagan. Only 2 abstentions out of 123. The roll call continues, though the issue is decided. We'll be back with more in a moment.
News continues to report the 1980 Republican National Convention. Here is John Chancellor.
Well, and you see it on the convention floor. Pennsylvania is voting now.
One for the Gipper this November. The great coal state of Pennsylvania cast 83 unanimous votes for our next president, Ronald Reagan.
Tom Brokaw is on the floor with a man who's been following these events, the state's governor here in Michigan, William Milliken.
Governor Milliken, there are an awful lot of you gathered around up front here tonight with a lot of smiles on your face, patting each other on the back, saying it's a great day for the Republican Party. So far as you know, to ask the question that I've asked now for the last hour, Ronald Reagan and Gerald Ford, is that the ticket?
So far as I know, and we've of course been getting conflicting reports all night, but so far as I know, it appears that the details are being worked out, though they have not been finally consummated. and that there will be an agreement to have that as a ticket. If that is the case, there's no question in my mind that it would be a very powerful ticket.
It'd be pretty hard to undo that at this point, wouldn't it? If you've gone this deeply into it and had this much publicity around it.
It would seem to me it would be very difficult to undo it, to allow it to go this far, and then to undo it would create some very tough problems politically.
I don't mean to be a spoil sport, but let me just raise some questions that the Democrats may be raising. You got a 69-year-old head of the ticket and a 67-year-old vice president. You could say, well, you got a couple of older people in there, first of all, and then second, you could say Ronald Reagan must need a lot of help if he had to strike that kind of a deal with Gerald Ford to get an assistant president.
I think, on the other hand, the two would complement each other very well. Obviously, President Ford, for 4 years, has been dealing in the international field, and that background and that experience would be invaluable for the sake of the country, to say nothing of the party. I think the combination would be a very good one for the country, and I think that would be recognized in a campaign.
Do you think that Gerald Ford will be able to explain those earlier statements that he didn't think that Ronald Reagan was qualified to be president?
Oh, I think he will. I think he's made it clear in the speech last night. I think they have reached already some major understandings and would develop a good working relationship. Yes, in answer to your question.
Are you surprised that this whole thing has been put together?
I am very surprised. Yesterday, I was saying there is not a chance in the world. Now it appears that it is coming close, and in all likelihood it will be completed. I'm amazed by it, but I'm also very pleased by it.
Governor Milliken of Michigan, now to Gary Cutler.
Down here in the Alabama delegation with Jeremiah Denton, Admiral of the United States Navy, now retired, a member of this delegation, a George Bush supporter until Bush released him. And if the name and the face are familiar, Admiral Denton, of course, was a prisoner of war in North Vietnam for several years. Admiral, first of all, the politics of it. Bush didn't get very far. It now appears he's not going to get the #2 position. Are you disappointed about that?
Well, it's only a rumor to me right now, but whomever Mr. Reagan selects is my selection also. I think we need the unity that sign up there implies, and a new beginning.
At the top of the standard here, the Alabama standard, you have day 255, referring to the hostages in Iran. Now, you were a prisoner for a long time. How long were you at POW?
7 years and 7 months.
7 years and 7 months. And all those years, now you're back here on the floor in this political cauldron, if you want to call it that. How does it feel? Did you, during those years of captivity, did you ever think you'd be here on a convention floor? And what do you feel about the process?
Well, I got a lot of undeserved attention when I said God Bless America as the first one off the plane. And I felt then very elated. I thought we'd won that conflict after a lot of problems. And then after it went down the drain later, I felt very disappointed, and things seemed to go further down, and my prayer became, God save America.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much. Jeremiah Denton, ex-POW. Now over to Douglas Kiker with some new information from the Detroit Plaza Hotel.
Well, there's a huge crowd waiting here in the lobby of the Detroit Plaza. They expect to see Ronald Reagan and Gerald Ford march out arm in arm. So far, that has not happened. We are told by sources inside the Ford offices that those earlier reports were, quote, premature, that no deal has yet been set. And in fact, we are given to believe that Mr. Ford will be leaving this hotel sometime within the next few minutes to go down around Cobo Hall, where he's scheduled to appear on a radio call-in show. And the Ford sources tell us that he does indeed intend to fulfill that commitment and go to that talk show. The crowd here, again, is expecting these two men. They've been standing around for hours now. But again, the Ford people whom I've talked to say premature reports, no deal set as yet, hard bargaining still continuing between the staffs of both sides, but no commitment as yet.
Douglas, this is John Chancellor. Can you hear me?
I hear you, John.
What you're saying really confirms with what Senator Laxalt told us at about 10:45, about 45 minutes ago, that those discussions are still on. He also said, I think you'll recall, that Ford and Reagan had not met since late afternoon, face-to-face. Would your information confirm that part of it?
Yes, it would. That's right. They had their last meeting, which ended shortly after 5:30, and as far as I've been able to determine, again, access is very limited up there, but as far as I've been able to determine, they have not yet talked again. This is between staff members now. It's negotiations between Bob Bartlett and other people, Dick Cheney, and between the Reagan people. Mr. Ford is obviously driving a hard bargain. Mr. Reagan obviously wants him, but again, the Ford sources say premature reports, no settlement as yet. The negotiations, and that's what they're calling it, like a contract, continue.
Could we presume, do you think, I mean, it would be just logical to assume, Doug, that Mr. Casey, the campaign manager, and Ed Meese and people like that are operating for Reagan? I know you've been talking to Ford sources, but wouldn't that be your assumption?
It would be my assumption, but you're quite correct, John. My sources are Ford sources.
Now, one other thing we do know, and that is that Martin Anderson, the domestic affairs advisor, and Richard Allen, the foreign affairs advisor for Ronald Reagan, were called to the hotel earlier this evening, and perhaps even their advice is being asked for these negotiations. It sounds like a treaty is being...
Treaty, I think, would be a good way to put it. I think that people are literally running up the stairwell between the 69th floor and the 70th floor, and Mr. Ford is biding his time and playing hardball. Mr. Reagan obviously wants him, but is not going to give away his presidency in the bargain. And so now these two very strong-minded, strong-willed men are engaged, I think, in a battle of wills. Donald Rumsfeld came through here just a few minutes ago. He said that he firmly believes that Mr. Ford wants to do this for the good of his country, that he's dissatisfied with President Carter's performance, but that Governor Reagan's got to come to terms.
Well, it's 11:30 at night, and do you suppose that this is going to go on? Those people never seem to sleep anyway, that it can go on past the closing of this convention?
I think we'll know about 20 minutes from now when and if Gerald Ford gets in his car and drives down to that boat and starts answering questions. We could call him up on the telephone if we get the number.
It's a call-in radio program. The convention session here is about over. The schedule calls for announcing the vote, which they have not done yet. They're still adding it up, but there's no question about it. Reagan was over the top a long time ago. Then they announce the formation of a committee to notify the nominee, which is a kind of Victorian ritual still followed. They will go from here to the hotel and tell him. Having announced the committee, the schedule calls for the convention to have a benediction and to adjourn, which sounds like, what, 10 minutes or
well,
so?
I'll tell you, we can get a feel for that because Jessica Savage is down there with the Republican National Chairman, Senator Brock, right now. Jessica, are you there?
Yes, John, we're here. Perhaps you can tell us at this point, John had a report a little bit earlier in the evening that you were very, very instrumental in putting together the hoped-for ticket.
We've done an awful lot of work, but we don't have any final decision as of yet.
What are some of the mitigating circumstances?
For President Ford?
Yes.
The country is in desperate trouble, and we've got to have new leadership. I think that's the most compelling argument there is.
Why isn't the argument working if it's the most compelling argument there is?
Well, I'm not, frankly, very sure because I'm not in the discussion right at the moment. I've been down here. But it is a very difficult decision, President Ford. And I'm not sure just exactly what, if any, problems there are.
Who is in the discussion? Who are the participants?
Well, basically, there are only two people that have to make this decision, Governor Reagan and President Ford. The others, those of us that have been involved in a lot of conversations, really can only offer our very best advice.
Do you know if that discussion is taking place on a personal level? Is it the two men? Are the two of them sitting down talking this out?
There's been a good deal of conversation on all sides.
Jessica, can I interrupt?
You have no idea if it's just the two men or if it's just their advisors.
Well, it has been both. At the moment, I think President Ford is with his own advisors. I'm not sure that he and Governor Reagan are talking at the moment, but then again, I'm not there.
Could I hold you just a moment? I believe that David Brinkley in the booth has a question. David, I'll repeat it.
Would you ask Mr. Brock what his immediate plan is? Is the convention going to be adjourned now after a little more ceremony?
Can I ask?
That's it, yes.
Okay, can I ask you, what are your immediate plans at this point? Will the convention be adjourned after some initial ceremony, or what happens next?
Oh, well, tonight's nomination, once it's completed, we will adjourn the convention and go over until tomorrow morning, and at which point we would hope to have a decision.
You're going to leave us cliffhanging tonight as to whether there is a decision or not. You'll adjourn anyway.
That is correct.
That is correct, David.
All right. Thank you. I thought maybe if there was a deal in the works and close enough, and if in fact they plan to come over here, they might play a little music or something and hold it for a few minutes. But apparently that is not going to happen.
And therefore it seems to me that what some of us thought earlier tonight, that we might have quite an electrifying moment of this convention. All the delegates are still in their seats. They are still tallying the votes that have been cast by the various states. That at about this time, some of us perhaps romantically believed that we would see Gerald Ford walk out here escorted into the convention by Ronald Reagan. That would be unorthodox and highly dramatic, but if as Chairman Brock says, this show is about to come to an end this evening, then I presume that whatever announcement that is made will be made tomorrow morning.
Or maybe in the late tonight, later
or maybe
tonight,
in the middle of the night.
They're about to announce, I think,
John Rhodes is, Chairman Rhodes.
Right, on the podium. They're about to announce the vote.
The vote is as follows. Anderson, 37. Armstrong, 1. Bush, 13. Abstentions, 4. Reagan, 1,939.
He got almost twice as many votes as he needed. Came very close to that. Well, David, they've got the top of the ticket. Only a little negotiations now to see how they can fill in the bottom.
Well, they're trying down at the Plaza Hotel to fill in the second half, but they're not dealing with your ordinary ambitious politician who will take it, who will grab it if offered. Ford doesn't need it. Can think of many arguments, he and his wife, I think, many arguments why they should not take it. They've done all that.
If they do agree on this, it will be called the Treaty of Detroit.
Yes.
Chris Wallace has a delegate on the floor with some thoughts about this. Chris?
Clara Giordano, John, is no senator or party official. She is a Michigan housewife, a delegate to this convention, and a big Ronald Reagan supporter. Mrs. Giordano, this must be a big night for you.
One of the most, I don't know just how I can explain it. It's really a dream come true.
How long have you been waiting for that?
16 years.
What do you mean?
64, when I heard him speak for Barry Goldwater, and I just kept track of him from that day on. But 76, I was ready for him. I didn't get it, but I just feel so grand tonight because I knew in 76 that when 1980 would come, we would walk in and he would be our nominee.
I understand that tonight is your 25th wedding anniversary. Is that correct?
Yes. This is my happiest moment. I'm the most happiest woman in the world. 25 years married to one of the finest men in the world.
Where is your husband right now?
Up there somewhere.
He's somewhere in the back of the hall. He doesn't mind that you're up here in the front on your anniversary?
He knows that this is the greatest gift, the best gift he could have allowed me to have. He said he didn't know what to get me, and I said, never mind. That's the night he gets the nomination, and that's my gift.
A happy wedding anniversary for Clara Giordano of Michigan. Back to John Chancellor.
Is that Cal? Oh, okay.
They should sign him, Jerry.
Well, we already knew that.
Mrs. Giordano, whom you just saw with Chris Wallace, is absolutely right. Ronald Reagan's political career in national politics really began with a speech he gave in 1964 for Ronald Reagan. It was an extremely successful speech. And
it was his General Electric speech. Right?
It was partially his General Electric speech, but It was a speech that they used in the Goldwater campaign very successfully, and Reagan began to get a national political reputation, not a national theatrical reputation, but political. Because of that, its real impact came in I think about October of the 1964 campaign, and that's what brought him here tonight, was that terribly, terribly successful speech, which many of us remember as being one of the most effective pieces of television politics we'd ever seen.
Tom Brokaw down on the floor has some new information. Tom?
Who's been running the floor for Ronald Reagan. He's the congressman from Illinois, of course, just picked up the red phone a few moments ago, looked at me and said, well, we're in the middle of an extended demonstration, which would kill a little time, of course, which would give them an opportunity to settle things at the Detroit Plaza Hotel and possibly make a joint appearance here. That is not an assurance that they are going to make a joint appearance here. Mr. Michael is back on the telephone now, hanging him. What have you learned this time?
Excuse me?
Yes.
I think I better go up on the podium and lead the singing or something.
Oh, we're going to have a little demonstration for a while?
We got to have a little extended demonstration. I think in your business they call that stalling for time.
Well, that's whatever you want to call it. You're waiting for the possibility that they may be here, or are they on their way and you're waiting for that?
Well, in answer to the last, I have to tell you honestly that I've had no confirmation, Tom, yet that it's really an accomplished fact.
Right.
But all this development gives me cause to be a little bit more optimistic.
All right. Bob Michael, who sang the national anthem here the other night, may have to do some extra singing here once again this evening. Keep the demonstration going, keeping the floor alive, and keeping this extraordinary political story alive as well, that we may have a ticket. Ronald Reagan and Gerald Ford reported out of this 1980 Republican National Convention. As one of the governors here gathered down in front tonight said, boy, I hope it doesn't come undone now. That would be a little awkward. And it would be more than a little awkward at this point. It's deep into the arrangement, and everyone down front does expect it to happen. As you heard Congressman Michael say, Governor Milliken and others say, we're about 90% of the way, but not quite over the line yet. So we're not there. David Brinkley.
Yes, we'll be back in a moment.
We have a report that Ronald Reagan has left his suite in the Detroit Plaza Hotel. We don't know where he went. We don't know if he went down, or is it up? It's up to President Ford's suite. That's the interior of the hotel, and I think we ought just to say how difficult all this is to cover, because it's an enormous hotel in the middle of the Renaissance Center complex on the riverfront, the bank of the Detroit River here, and you could get lost in there and not come out for a week.
It's hard to get around in that hotel, hard to find your way around, even when the Secret Service is not there blocking your way and saying, no, you can't come in here, this part of the hotel is off limits. This story is changing by the minute, so all we can do is keep up with it, keep you informed, and give it to you as fast as we can get it. Is it Pettit?
Tom Pettit.
Tom Pettit on the floor. Tom?
Thank you, David. Chairman John Rhodes is here looking over his domain with the music and the demonstrations. But what happens next?
Well, all I know is that I've been asked to stay away from that gavel and let them go for a while, because something's going to happen, and that something must be that Governor Reagan is on his way from the hotel to the hall.
You're vamping, as it were, till he gets here, and what will happen when he gets here? The acceptance?
When he gets here, he'll have something to say. Whether he will make his acceptance speech tonight or not, I don't know.
Now, what kind of organization is that for the highly touted and organized Republican Party?
Well, sometimes emotion carries away from organization.
Is Gerald Ford going to be appearing here with Governor Reagan, do you know?
Not that I know of.
Is that a no, or does that mean you simply...
That means I don't know.
Don't know.
I do not know.
Have you been in touch yourself directly with Governor Reagan or his people as to what is going on in
Not since this morning. I was with him at 9:30 this morning. I haven't seen him since.
Is it your understanding that the deal has not yet been struck?
I don't have any understanding, but I certainly don't know about any deal that has been struck. I'll put it that way.
You would like to see it struck?
Yes, I think that they would make a tremendous ticket, no doubt about it.
Congressman Rhodes, thank you so much. Don't do anything for now 15 more minutes, I guess. Thank you. Now to Chris Wallace.
Congressman Tom Evans of Delaware is one of the top men in the Reagan campaign, is liaison man with the House of Representatives. Congressman, has the deal been made between Reagan and Ford?
Chris, I have not talked to Governor Reagan. I expect to see him later on tonight to be part of the group that will officially inform him that he is the nominee of our party. But I understand from some very close friends of former President Ford that President Ford has agreed to run with Governor Reagan. And as you know, President Ford has a great sense of duty and responsibility to his country, and he feels we just can't afford 4 more years of the lack of leadership we've been getting from the White House.
We understand that there are still some details to be worked out. Do you agree with that?
I think there probably are some details to be worked out. I just don't know what they are at this point.
But you don't believe that those details are anything more than minor technicalities?
I would hope that they would not be, because I think that's the strongest ticket we can possibly field.
Your indication is that Ford has agreed to go. He will be on the ticket.
My indication is from friends very close to Jerry Ford that he has agreed to go, and I think that's fantastic.
Judy Woodruff is out at the Detroit Plaza Hotel.
Air control is that when all the pool comes rolling through there, though, they're going to take the line.
I had not known that he was going to come.
Well, there are Reagan staff advance people who are telling us he's not coming. But you haven't heard anything, is that correct?
I had not assumed that he was coming in the first place.
What is your understanding of where the deal has progressed?
They'll have to do something tomorrow.
Are you optimistic?
I'm hopeful.
Have you talked with President Ford in the last few hours? Do you have reason to believe?
Not since late this afternoon.
What makes you think why do you think he's changed his mind, Senator?
I'm not sure anybody's changed any mind.
Stuttered? Is he going to speak? Yeah.
That's Len Nofziger, Governor Reagan's...
Yes, the pool gets in the motorcade now.
Well, Governor, that's the announcement. He's coming over here.
You'll have to wait and listen to the governor. We'll brief you tomorrow. My instructions are to say no more than what I've said. What? Well, it was going to be 9 o'clock. We can do it at 8 if it's helpful. What? From the usual place. Where have you been going from? Hold on a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at an unedited version of a press briefing that is taking place over at the Detroit Plaza Hotel, and that harried-looking, harassed-looking man is Len Nofziger. Don Oliver has been covering the Reagan campaign, and he's got some more on this. Don?
We know no more than that, John, just that Ronald Reagan is going to head for the convention hall. Nofziger said about 100 words and fled from here without saying anything else.
But what
all we
were
know
the 100
is he
words?
is going over there and he is going to speak, and we're not sure what he is going to say at this point.
Do you know when you're leaving, Don?
We are leaving momentarily.
And no indication that Ford is coming with him?
None whatsoever. The last we heard, Mr. Ford was heading for a yacht out here in the Detroit River, where he was going to be involved in a radio call-in talk show.
That's correct.
That was a few minutes ago.
Well, Don, stick with it. Are you coming over with him?
I'm on my way, John.
Okay, we've got all the troops at the battle station.
Leave your microphone there in case you need it. So the governor is coming over here to the convention hall. We have also learned that the doors to the hall have been sealed by the security people, which means nobody can come in. I assume they'll let the governor in. But the rest of us, the camp followers here at the convention, like us, can't come in. It's only, 3 or 4 blocks from here to his hotel, so he should be here momentarily. If the brass players in the band can hang on that long, and if the delegates can continue walking around and waving their banners that long, they will fill the time until he comes. John?
Garrick Utley has Governor Griffin down on the floor, former Senator Griffin on the floor. Garrick?
Down here in this demonstration with the flags flying and the banners held high as they wait for Governor Ronald Reagan. Mr. Griffin, you were part of the team, the delegation that met with Gerald Ford earlier today. You have some information. You believe the agreement has not been made. What's going on as far as you know?
Well, I sure wish I could tell you. Over here on the floor,
floor, it's pretty hard to keep up. We have been having some telephone reports from staff, and we understand that at the last report at least, the arrangement had not been agreed to yet.
So what's happening?
I'm still confident, but it hasn't happened.
They continue negotiating throughout the night?
Well, I hope so. That's my understanding, although the late word is that Governor Reagan's going to come on over to the convention and is on his way.
But do you think we can have some all-night union deadline-type negotiations? Because tomorrow's the last day of the convention.
I suppose we can all speculate to that effect.
What do you think is the stumbling block?
How would I know? I have no way of knowing at all.
Throughout the evening, we've been hearing the report, the deal is on, the agreement is on, the report's growing. Do you think that perhaps they're trying to put Reagan... Excuse me, Senator, we have to go over to Douglas Kiker.
Well, it's absolute pandemonium here in the lobby as the press is just rushed out of here. It looked like a stampede of wild cattle. They're all getting in the press buses to go over to Cobo Hall, to Joe Louis Arena. Don Oliver, our correspondent you just heard from upstairs, came rushing by, and he had time to only tell us he's going to the hall, he's going to make a speech. And that's all I know. Now back to the booth.
Douglas, hold on there a second. You haven't seen Jerry Ford go by, have you, going to his radio talk show? Would he have to leave at the same way Reagan did?
I think probably the talk show would wait for him, John. What they will do is not come through here. A Secret Service man tells me that the probability is that both Governor Reagan and Mr. Ford will go down to the second parking level where their limousines are kept and go out a side entrance. A lot of people are gathered here hoping that they would make a joint appearance, but the probability now is that you won't see them until they arrive at Cobo Hall, and you won't know if Jerry Ford's with Ronald Reagan until Ronald Reagan gets there.
Well, and Douglas, it's beginning to look now from everything that we've had from the hall here is that Reagan is probably coming here by himself, and there are fewer indications now that he would bring President Ford with him.
I think that's probably the case. I don't know for sure. The speculation here is that Mr. Ford was laying down tough terms, wanted to get those tough terms made public, written down on paper, and that Governor Reagan was equally eager to snare Mr. Ford as quickly as possible and put it on the air tonight that he was going to be his vice presidential candidate. But that is speculation, purely, I repeat again, speculation that we're all sharing here with little snippets of information that we're given. All we know now for sure is that Ronald Reagan is coming to your Joe Louis Arena and is going to make a speech to the convention.
And you heard that parts of this, what I call the Treaty of Detroit, are being put on paper?
No, what I was told was that the two staffs was sitting down making some hard proposals, and that Mr. Ford wanted those proposals made public by Mr. Reagan as a condition of acceptance.
Well, it just seems to me, and I think David would agree, and Doug, thank you very much for that. Stand by. It seems to me, David, that let's see, Ronald Reagan wouldn't come over here, keep these delegates waiting, words around down on the floor.
They must all know.
They must all know. To say, I have not struck a deal with former President Ford. Would he?
I can't see why he would. He hasn't come to tell us that he hasn't made a deal with anybody else.
So logic again, of course, that's such a bad tool to use in covering political
doesn't apply in political
But logic would tell you that he is probably coming here to say, I have the ticket arranged, and we've got a few more details to go through, but it is Gerald Ford, and they'll all go crazy in here if that happens.
If he were in position to say, I have made a deal and Gerald Ford has agreed, then wouldn't you think he would have Ford walk out on the rostrum with him to wild acclaim?
Well, yes, but Mr. Ford is going to be on a boat in the Detroit River on a radio call-in show.
Maybe all the delegates will be asked to telephone him. As Doug said a while ago, maybe we should just call this call-in talk show and ask Mr. Ford what's been decided. What are you doing? I don't know when the show starts.
We have some more information now from Chris Wallace on the convention floor.
Main delegation, tell two to keep panning. You okay?
Yep.
Two to pan. Tell two to pan.
It's Bush.
You're on, Chris. Chris Wallace, you're on.
Don Totten is one of the regional political directors for Ronald Reagan with an incredible announcement. Who is the vice presidential nominee?
Well, I just got word from our trailer that the governor's coming over to make a speech. It's got
governor's coming over to make a speech, and the nominee's going to be George Bush. That's what I heard just a few minutes ago.
Now, where did you get this information?
I got it from our trailer operation.
This is the Central Clearinghouse of Information for the Reagan campaign, and they say it's George Bush.
That's correct, George Bush.
So all the stories that we've been hearing all night about Gerald Ford
are typical convention rumors.
And will Reagan come here with Bush to announce the choice?
I don't know that. I know that Reagan's on his way over. Where Bush is, I don't know at this point.
Well, he could pick him up at the bar of the Pontchartrain Hotel.
For the last we heard, he was at the bar of the Pontchartrain Hotel, Don Totten.
Well, maybe someone's gone on their way over there to get him.
You've been in politics a long time. You ever been through an evening like this?
This has been a different evening, I'll say that.
Maybe we'll all go to the bar of the Pontchartrain when it's over. Thanks, Don Totten.
Okay. Chris Wallace?
Yes, sir.
Give us your source on that story, please. It was a little bit rough when we went down to it.
Well, what we hear is that the regional political directors, these are the Reagan information people who spread the word of how Reagan wants to vote on various issues. They are spreading the word that George Bush will be the running mate, not Gerald Ford, as we've been saying all evening. And that Reagan and Bush will come to this convention hall tonight to announce the end to one of the most remarkable evenings in the history of American politics. Now to Tom Brokaw, also on the floor.
Bob Michael, is it George Bush?
Yes.
You just got the word?
Yes.
And that's confirmation?
Yes.
Boy, aren't you stunned?
Well, what was the word, stunned? Well, I'm not surprised.
You pick any word you like at this point.
Well, I understand that. Of course, was often a lot of anticipation that it would be Jerry Ford. I never had the confirmation of that. And so I'm not surprised that it's Bush in the absence of Jerry Ford accepted.
What in the world happened that you had Gerald Ford all night long pumped over here to this place, and now you end up...
Well, as I indicated, it was still his decision to make. And when I came over to the convention hall, he had not yet made that decision, and that's why I held saying anything.
What did they, when you talked to him at the trailer back there, what was it? Just tell me what they said to you.
They just said, the governor's on his way, and it's Bush.
And that's all they said?
That's all.
Were they as surprised as you are?
Excuse me?
Were they as surprised as you are?
No, because, well, I don't know. I just don't think they were all, they were prepared, I think, either way.
All right, thanks very much, Bob. Michael, very surprised. George Bush, confirmation from the Reagan trailer. Now to Jessica Savage.
I'm here with Congressman Quillen, Congressman James Quillen, who's the parliamentarian. Congressman, it is not Gerald Ford. You were telling me it is not Gerald Ford?
That's right. And Governor Reagan is on his way to the podium now. And the word that I have, it's George Bush for vice president.
George Bush for vice president. It is not Gerald Ford. Why did Gerald Ford turn it down?
That's the word that I have, definitely. And the governor's on his way here to the podium.
And that the vice president, his vice presidential choice will be George Bush and not Gerald Ford.
That's the word that I have, and it's right straight from the horse's mouth.
Who's the horse?
Well, it is a fact, Jessica. So when the governor gets here, he'll make the official announcement. But George Bush made a great impression this evening, and he's a great vice president, in my opinion.
Congressman James Quillen of Tennessee, the parliamentarian. Jessica Savage on the podium, now to Chris Wallace on the floor.
Where I am standing alongside Roger Stone, who's another one of the Reagan political directors. Roger, a couple of hours ago, you were saying to me, it is Jerry Ford, it's all wrapped up. What happened?
Well, we've just been informed on our communication system that the governor is on his way to the hall and that he will announce that Ambassador Bush will be his running mate.
I repeat, what happened?
Well, we haven't been told that. We've been concerned today with the nomination of our presidential candidate, and the other deliberations were left to Governor Reagan.
To be perfectly frank about it, you're not sending out very good signals to the rest of the country about the competence of this organization, are you?
Well, I don't think that's true. Governor Reagan studied the qualifications of the various candidates. I'm sure he had serious discussions with President Ford and with many party leaders, and if this is his decision, then it's a good one.
Okay, that's a true loyal Reagan organizer speaking. Now let's go to David Burrington at the Pontchartrain Hotel.
Well, these reports that the nomination has gone to George Bush have not yet penetrated the Pontchartrain Hotel, at least not down at this level. Not more than 10 minutes ago, a spokesman for George Bush came down and said that George Bush and his wife were going to bed and that there would be nothing more tonight. So there is a rather great sense of astonishment here and expectation if indeed the decision has been made that George Bush is to be the running mate. We would certainly expect to hear from him later on, even if they have to pull him out of bed and give him the news and send him down here. John?
Thank you, David. He's in bed, maybe, or maybe watching and wondering about fate and how things can come unstuck. Tom Pettit has the Republican National Chairman, Senator Brock, on the platform. Tom?
Well, Chairman Brock, is it Bush or not?
I really don't know. I honestly don't.
Well, Congressman Quillen just said it was Bush. Roger Stone said it was Bush.
Well, that would be a fabulous ticket. And, you know, the rumors are flying here. Every 5 minutes is something different. But I guess we'll have to find out in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
And what you're telling me is they haven't told you.
Well, I have gotten no direct word from anybody. I've heard the same story from Congressman Quillen and others, but I have talked to no one in the Reagan campaign.
And you don't know what's going to happen when Reagan gets here?
Well, I think he's going to thank the delegates. Whether he will announce someone or not, I do not know.
Don't know whether it'll be Bush or Ford, right?
Not really.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Now to Gary Cutley.
We're the North Carolina delegation with Tom Ellis, the principal aide to Senator Jesse Helms. Senator Helms has went home before the news of Bush arrived. The Helms forces, the very conservative Republicans, of course, have been very much against the idea of Bush being the running mate, threatened to put Helms' name in the nomination in protest protest that. Now, Mr. Ellis, have you talked to Senator Helms about this sudden change?
No, Mr. Helms has gone home.
Now, all night long, we have been led to believe of Jerry Ford, and you said you were prepared to accept Jerry Ford and then he problem. Now, suddenly, in the last minute, this switch is George Bush, apparently. How do you feel about it? What's Helms going to do?
Well, I don't know, but I haven't talked to Jesse. But I can't help but feel that he was misled tonight somehow. And we've been collecting petitions up until about 9 o'clock from various delegates. We had, I guess, a couple hundred that said, you know, they wanted Jesse to go. And we'd have probably had 500 by now. When the announcement came through that it was Jerry Ford, Jesse said, well, you know, although I was Ronald Reagan last time and I'm for him again, Jerry Ford, I campaigned for him in 20 states. It'd look awfully funny if I wasn't for Jerry Ford this time, if that's who Ronald Reagan selected. But now I can't see that we have anything to do but try to go after Bush if the sentiment here is for it.
And that's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow.
Very much. Tom Ellis, aide to Senator Jesse Helms. Now out to Judy Woodruff, who's with Senator Paul Laxalt of Nevada, outside the convention hall.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's part and parcel of any political convention to have topsy-turvy days. There's been no statements made by the president. There's been no statements made by Ronald Reagan indicating that there was anything beyond negotiations. That's essentially where we are.
But for this entire day,
No, I don't know at all. All I'm telling you is that I was called, and it was indicated that the Ford commitment was off, and that Bush has been selected.
But we have spent the entire day, Senator, thinking that it was...
Just a few minutes ago. And they're on the way out here.
We have spent the entire day thinking, Senator, that there were meetings underway. What do you think happened in those meetings? Were you privy to what was going on in any of those meetings?
Just a second, excuse me. I'm engaged in important business.
Senator Laxalt signing some autographs here.
Are you satisfied that George Bush will be a good running mate for...
I think he'll be a good running mate.
But, Senator, your disapproval of Bush as a running mate for...
There's never been any disapproval of Bush as a running mate on my part. I've never indicated that anywhere. I never have.
And you think they can win?
What's that?
You think they can win this ticket?
Oh, yes, I think it's a winnable ticket, of course. The strength of the ticket, obviously, as it is in any presidential race, is Ronald Reagan. I think George Bush will help.
What happened to Jack Kemp?
Don't know.
He was your choice, right?
No. I don't know where you get your information, young lady, but that just isn't the case. Huh?
I think the governor's coming. Let's move.
Okay.
We got to meet the candidate.
All right.
Thank you.
I've been talking with Senator Paul Laxalt, one of the Reagan advisors, who, despite his denials... Okay, we're ending this here in the perimeter and going back to the anchor. And no, instead of going back to the booth, we're going to Steve Delaney.
Go ahead, Al.
Outside the hall.
The motorcade is in sight now. It's coming down under the portico over the riverside of Cobo Hall, heading toward the Gate C entrance, the VIP entrance to the arena, the Joe Louis Arena, where everybody is waiting to see who is in the car with Ronald Reagan, if anybody. He is on his way. The first police car is passing. There is a phalanx of motorcycles. There are all kinds of bright lights flashing. That's about all we can see at the moment. We're being told to move back a little bit. The phalanx is coming. I'm going to try to get a look and see who, if anybody, is in the car with Ronald Reagan as he gets back toward the hotel, back toward the arena where his faithful are awaiting him. The police cars are going by. The motorcycles have gone. In a moment or two, we might be able to spot who, if anybody, is in the car with him. Here comes the limo. Can't see. They just went by. They are pulling up to Gate C now, the VIP entrance here. Now to Carol Simpson at Gate C.
Steve, the cars are approaching my position right now. We've been waiting out here for 3 hours to have this final mystery answered here. The car is pulling up. I'm looking inside. I see Mrs. Reagan and Governor Reagan. I don't recognize any possible vice presidential candidates. There's a huge crowd here waiting to see what we can see here. Secret Service rush out. Police are trying to keep people on the curb. They are crowded around the car, so it's very difficult for me to see who's inside. It's a lot of activity. Cheers from the crowd. I am completely mobbed. I cannot see it all. I hope our camera is giving you a picture of what's inside there. Moving slowly inside, I did see Mrs. Reagan. I did see the governor, but could not recognize any of the possible contenders for the vice presidency. They are moving inside the VIP entrance. And I'm sorry I cannot give you more information about who's in that crowd. All right, I better switch you to Judy Woodruff, who might have a better look.
Carol, if you're switching to me, this is the wrong entrance. This is the entrance where we were waiting for a long time, but it is not where the governor's coming in. He's coming in just under the rostrum.
We're going to take it away from you, Judy, and give it to
David
Burrington.
The Pontchartrain Hotel, Bush's hotel.
We have just had word from Representative Andrew Natsios of Massachusetts, who was Bush's co-chairman in Massachusetts, that he was with Bush relatives in the Bush suite when the call came in from the Reagan forces or the Reagan party saying that Bush had been selected as Reagan's running mate. That's all I can tell you. As far as arrangements are concerned, he had no details, only that the call had come from the Reagan party, and they said that Bush is the selection. So back to the booth.
Well, here's what we know. Do you want to?
No, you go ahead.
Here's what we know. We know that beginning sometime yesterday, I don't know exactly what time, do you?
Yeah, I have it here.
Do you know what time yesterday?
It was Tuesday night, 45 minutes.
We began hearing that the Reagan people were trying to persuade Ford to accept the nomination for vice president. We know that Henry Kissinger, who is, of course, a close friend of Ford's, he served in his cabinet, he was Secretary of State, was planning to leave town. Reagan asked him to stay longer in town and to talk to Ford and to see if he could work out an arrangement for Ford to accept the vice presidency. That went on today. It was known to the Reagan people, and it was known to Kissinger yesterday, last night. Kissinger and other members, other people, have been involved in negotiating during the day. Ford stated certain conditions, the details we don't have yet, certain conditions under which he would accept the nomination for vice president. Apparently some of these conditions could not be worked out. That was not known until, I think, about an hour ago.
Chairman Rhodes is pounding the gavel.
Chairman Rhodes, I'll pick this up later. On the podium, Chairman Rhodes is...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you must have suspected by now that this has gone on for this long for a very special reason. But I do have a little business that I have to transact. I've got to say these words. The chair declares that the nominee of this convention for the presidency of the United States is Ronald Reagan.
Those words have to be said to make Reagan eligible for the federal money.
There is one more question to be put before this session of the convention. Rule 17 states that when it appears at the close of the roll call that any candidate for the nomination for president or vice president has received a majority of the votes entitled to be cast, the chairman of the convention shall announce the question to be, shall the nomination of the candidate be made unanimous? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the nomination of Ronald Reagan is made unanimous. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The chair appoints the following outstanding Republicans to the committee to notify Governor Reagan of your decision to nominate him for the office of President of the United States. Ann Armstrong of Texas, Keith Bullen of Indiana, Robert Carter of the District of Columbia, William Casey of New York, Congressman Tom Evans of Delaware, Congresswoman Marjorie Holt of Maryland, Senator Nancy Kassebaum of Kansas, Senator Paul Laxalt of Nevada, Drew Lewis of Pennsylvania, James Lynn of Maryland, Congressman Robert Michael of Illinois, Virginia Rice of California, Congressman Guy Vanderjack of Michigan, Frank Whetstone of Montana, and Cliff White of Connecticut.
Well, we have a little procedural delay here, David. Maybe we can go on with our reconstruction. Yes, Chris Wallace and Tom Evans. Chris?
We're on the floor with Congressman Tom Evans of Delaware, and a little while ago you said to me on national television the deal is set, Gerald Ford is going to be the running mate, and about 2 minutes later I heard it was George Bush.
Chris, I heard from two of Jerry Ford's very closest friends that he was going to run on the ticket, and that's precisely what I told you. I didn't say that I heard that from Governor Reagan. As a matter of fact, I said I was going over to the Detroit Plaza to visit with Governor Reagan later on tonight. As you know, the Delaware delegation was unanimous in endorsing George Bush for vice president. So whether it's George Bush or whether it's Jerry Ford, we've got one heck of a fine ticket.
Curiosity here about whether the governor will say anything at all about the Ford deal that did not work, or will simply announce that he wants Bush. We'll find out.
Thank you very much. The delegates of this convention, you ladies and gentlemen, and those who are viewing, I know that I am breaking with precedent to come here tonight
And I assure you at this late hour, I'm not going to give you my acceptance address tonight. I'll wait for the scheduled time. But in watching at the hotel the television and seeing the rumors that were going around and the gossip that was taking place here, I felt that it was necessary to break with tradition, just as probably in this campaign we're going to break with tradition a lot of times. Let me, as simply as I can, straighten out and bring this to a conclusion. It is true that a number of Republican leaders, people in our party, office holders, felt, as I'm sure many others have felt, that a proper ticket would have included the former President of the United States, Gerald Ford, as second place on the ticket. And it is true also that we have gone over this and over this and over this, and he and I have come to the conclusion, and he believes deeply, that he can be of more value as the former president campaigning his heart out, which he has pledged to do. And not as a member of the ticket. So, I respect him very much for the decision that he came to. He is loyal to this party and to this country. And he's told me that he and Betty will be there wherever they need to be in the campaign to help. I then believed that because of all of the talk and how something might keep going for the night, that it was time for me to advance the schedule a little bit. And I talked to a man we all know, and a man who was a candidate, a man who has great experience in government, and a man who told me that he can enthusiastically support the platform across the board. I have asked, and I am recommending to this convention, that tomorrow, when the session reconvenes, that George Bush be nominated. Say good night. Yes. Okay. All right. Only have one more thing to say. It's past the witching hour. It's late. God bless you. Good night, and we'll see you tomorrow night. Thank you very much.
Well, on a remarkable night, that was a remarkable talk. We're not sure where George Bush is, but lightning certainly struck him tonight. It's worth remembering that Governor Reagan really broke the pattern of this convention by coming over here, and that he did it because of a situation the Republican Party started, and he, to a considerable degree, endorsed. Lengthy, complicated negotiations with former President Ford that fell through tonight.
Nothing like this has ever happened before, to my knowledge or recollection. Negotiating with a former president to accept nomination as vice president.
Whether Reagan was victimized by Governor Rhodes of Ohio, of Chairman Brock, Senator Dole, a number of the other people who were urging this, and indeed Senator Laxalt, his close personal friend, who said that he had originated the idea. Reagan went along with it, and Reagan, as a politician, is going to take the blame for one of the, let me just say, great mix-ups in American politics, because we heard over and over from influential politicians here tonight, people with close connections to Reagan, to Ford, that some sort of deal was, as we reported, in the works. Not consummated, but in the works.
Tom Pettit on the podium has a report. Tom?
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Tom? Man's pretty loud.
No, there's Tom. You can see him in your picture.
Governor Reagan, Governor, hi, Governor. Governor.
Good try, Pettit.
Governor isn't answering. I'm asking. He's not answering. Mr. Meese?
Yeah.
Ed Meese, Chief of Staff, how was the choice made for?
The governor made the choice, made the decision this evening. He then called Ambassador Bush at his hotel, informed him of the choice, and then came over here to greet the convention and tell them of the choice.
And what did he say to former President Ford?
The two of them discussed this matter throughout the day, and they both came to the conclusion that Ambassador Bush would be a good choice.
Thank you very much. Don Oliver has been covering this campaign since its outset, and Don is standing by to give us some information. Except I can't find him right now, so here's Jessica.
Okay, Tom. We're standing here with Drew Lewis, who I believe was in on a lot of these negotiations.
Pretty happy man right now. We just left the governor's suite, and obviously, as you said earlier this evening, I've been in favor of George Bush for a long while. I'm just delighted.
What happened with these negotiations? How was it? We heard out here all this time it was Gerald Ford, and then all of a sudden it was George Bush.
Basically, I think the whole thing was somewhat overemphasized in terms of negotiations. As the governor indicated in his remarks, he met with the governor and the president. They jointly agreed that it was not advantageous to put together a Reagan-Ford ticket, and Ford felt it could help the country more in another capacity.
On what basis was it not advantageous?
Well, I think Ford just felt that having been president before, that he, in his capacity as, let's say, the senior statesman, could campaign harder for the ticket. He could perhaps point out some of the discrepancies in the Carter administration better if he were not on the ticket. And he felt that he would like to remain a private citizen and not run for vice president of the United States.
What was the moment? What was the time? When did the decision happen?
Well, I guess it was about 11:15, and the governor and President Ford met. I was not in that meeting. I was outside the office. The governor came out and indicated what had happened, and from that point on, I think we have a prayer here right now. Maybe I should stop for a moment.
You can stop for a moment, and I will instead go to Tom Pettit. Tom.
I'm with Don Oliver now. We finally found each other. Ed Meese, Chief of Staff, was telling us the governor finally made the decision, but why did he go that way, Don? Do you know?
Yes, I've been told by people who are in a position to know within the Reagan campaign that former President Ford asked too much, that there were no negotiations all throughout the afternoon, in fact, into the evening. And in the final analysis, I don't know whether it was Reagan that made the decision or Reagan in consultation with his staff, but they decided that the former president wanted too much of a slice of the action, and they weren't prepared to give that much.
Don Oliver, you've been covering Reagan for years now, and throughout this entire campaign. What was it that the Reagans would not give to Mr. Ford?
I think a share of control over the National Security Council, which he indicated he wanted. I think that was the primary thing, because Governor Reagan's primary interest is in the field of foreign affairs, even though he has probably less experience in that area than in any other. But he has a global view, and he wants to exercise that view. And I think he felt that were he to share that with someone, it would not be his viewpoint. That probably was the primary factor.
Don, was there a lot of debate among the staff people as to whether or not concessions should be made to Ford?
Tom, I really don't know. We weren't privy to most of those discussions, but we have to assume so. It was going on all afternoon and into the evening. It was one of the most tumultuous sessions at the very end that I've ever seen in a campaign, where the communications director comes running into a press room where we had been waiting for 2 hours, expecting, we were told, that he would go somewhere. He runs into the room, leaps up on the platform, and says, "I don't have time to talk. Everyone get to the hall. Those of you who can get in the vehicles, we provide, fine. If you can't get there, the best you can. The governor's going to say something." And away they went. Now, we were locked into that room for 2 hours, so it's really hard to tell what was going on upstairs.
You remember the governor was saying that he was watching all this on television. I don't know how he was doing that while being involved in the negotiations.
Well, we did have the pictures of him in his suite with his family, sitting there watching himself being nominated by the convention.
And then about 11:15, they said they decided just to come over and settle it all.
You had the idyllic family picture, and then a frenzied moment as cars were going out of the Plaza Hotel parking garage, and some errant tourist or delegate, I don't know which, happened to go the wrong way down a one-way street just as the motorcade was coming out, causing a great deal more consternation to the whole thing. I went down a one-way escalator the wrong way. It was a lot of fun.
Do you think that this was an actual negotiation with Ford or done for window dressing with the intent of picking Bush all the time?
I think it started as window dressing and got serious when it appeared that a number of other Republican politicians really wanted Ford and were acting in any capacity they could to bring that about. I don't think the Reagan people thought it would go as far as it did. I thought they'd get a no. They thought they'd get a no immediately or very soon, and then they could go on to the conservatives and say, "We tried, we failed, we need Bush, and we're going to nominate him."
Reagan was noted as governor for the selections of personnel, good picks, as they said, of people to work around him. But what does this thing tell us about how they will select a cabinet, how they would pick a Supreme Court justice, how they would indeed fill the White House staff itself, what they would do about directorships and ambassadorships? Does it tell us anything?
It would indicate they were not in control of the situation. Simply that, and if you're not in control of the situation, it is difficult to orchestrate the events that are going to follow, which any president must do.
Is that Governor Reagan's weakness, or is it a staff weakness?
That is probably, at this point, more a staff weakness, but if you go back to the original premise that Governor Reagan selects the staff and that's his forte, then he apparently has selected a staff that was unable to cope with the situation as it steamrolled and as it gathered momentum.
Don Oliver, thank you, sir. We'll see you along the way.
Yes, I'll run back up the down escalator now.
Thanks, Don. Now to Tom Brokaw on the floor.
Yeah, I'm over here with Governor Jim Thompson of Illinois, who is trying to explain to a group of reporters just what happened. And as you know, Governor Thompson is one of those who was saying earlier that he kept his word and he clearly thought there was a deal. Governor, you were saying earlier that you thought the deal had been struck or strongly indicated.
What's that?
What happened?
I don't know. You'll have to ask Jerry.
Well, you really thought you had it on pretty firm authority, obviously. You were going around.
Well, as I understood from you guys, he was up telling Cronkite and others that under certain conditions he could accept it.
But your strong suggestion from William Casey, you said I pledged to keep my word. Look at my button.
No. I didn't say I heard from Casey. I told you very explicitly that Casey had asked me during the discussions not to say anything about what had gone on during the discussions until it was all over.
You said you thought I had a sign from Brock, though.
Impression that they had a deal, right?
Oh, yeah, that was my impression.
But you got
that was everybody's impression. I don't know what happened. You'll have to ask Ford.
You feel embarrassed?
No, I'm not embarrassed. Got a fine ticket, a great ticket.
Don't you think this is a very awkward moment for the Republican Party?
Well, I don't know. The choice was so unique and the chance was so unique that I think if it didn't come off, it didn't come off. I mean, we tried. I think that's testimony to both Ron Reagan and Jerry Ford that they tried.
All right, now to
it's good enough for me.
David Brinkley.
Governor Reagan and Mrs. Reagan are outside the convention hall, still inside the building, going to their car, pushing through the crowds, as you can see, to go back to the hotel, which is not very far away. He will return tomorrow, as he said, and deliver his acceptance speech. That's scheduled for tomorrow night. George Bush will make his acceptance bill. First, they have to nominate George Bush, which will probably be quick and easy.
When we hope to see George Bush here in a few minutes.
And we expect to see Bush shortly. He is, we are told, coming down to the lobby of the Pontchartrain Hotel where he is staying.
Could I just say something about that?
Please do.
We have private information, which from people in a position to know, that George Bush was at dinner with friends tonight, and he said he was not going to get it. That would have been at dinner time before he came here to make his speech. We know that, and also David and I have learned from someone in a position to know that Ronald Reagan tonight was absolutely furious. Signs of temper that are rarely seen in Governor Reagan's normally calm personality were observable to people who were close to him tonight. He was absolutely furious when this deal collapsed. Those are two quite interesting things that I think, David, tell us a lot about the story.
Well, he was sitting in his room in his suite at the Plaza Hotel looking at all of the political figures on the floor, including some of his own, saying that they understood the deal had been made and so on, when he knew it had not been made. I don't know where the breakdown in communications occurred.
Well, we do know that it came after, pardon me, that it came after more than 24 hours of negotiations. The first overtures to President Ford came on Tuesday night in a meeting they had, and so I can only presume it's maybe 26 or 27 hours of this thing staying alive. And what it has done, it seems to me, is damaging to the Reagan campaign in more ways than one, in that they took the hopes of these delegates here and raised them and raised them and raised them and raised them, because there is considerable merit in a Reagan-Ford ticket. And then suddenly, when they were up here at about 11, I think we broke the story, Chris Wallace did.
First, ahead of everyone.
When we broke the story, those expectations of victory in the fall for aldermen, judges, senators, congressmen, and everything with Jerry Ford and the ticket went. Now that has to have a strong political impact, and those of you who are at home who have watched what has turned out to be one, I guess, has to say, badly managed 30 hours in the life of the Republican Party, will be drawing your own political judgments out of this. My judgment as a political reporter is that it was a bad evening for Reagan all around.
Well, what some might care to criticize is not the fact they negotiated with Ford, not the fact that they could not make a deal with Ford. Don Oliver said Ford was asking too much. Now, we don't know yet exactly what that means. But what they might care to criticize is the fact that all of this information in confusing and conflicting form, we didn't do it. I mean, the networks didn't do it. The political leaders, including some of Reagan's closest associates, advisors, counselors, and friends, were passing the word around that they understood a deal had been made. Now, that sounds like very bad management somewhere.
Yes, we have had some very credible sources talking to us tonight. Also, what I think you've seen is an example of politics out of hand in the electronic age, when communication is so fast and people can talk to one another and hear things, and that one is, I'm almost sorry for Reagan in this situation, because a small thing can be magnified, and with a whole hall full of people down there not knowing what's going on, rumors can travel like wildfire. We'll be back with more on this story after this.
John was talking a minute ago about the course of these developments here tonight, which are slightly fantastic, about how rumors fly. They fly at the speed of light, because television in a situation like this has become something of an intercom. People here on the floor say things, and they are heard in the candidates' headquarters at other places around town. They say things at the candidates' headquarters, and they are very quickly heard down here on the convention floor. And they fly back and forth, feed on each other, and pretty soon they are out of hand. I believe Governor Reagan decided tonight that the stories coming from his meetings, or the meetings, with Gerald Ford had got out of hand, probably because of all the rumors and the stories, and so he felt to stop it, stamp it out, he had to come here and say precisely what happened. And as John said earlier, he was furious. Now, at the Pontchartrain Hotel, where George Bush has his headquarters, he went to bed, we gather, or went to his room, thinking that it was going to be Ford, because Reagan's people, some of them, were saying it was going to be Ford. Then he got a phone call. Lee McCarthy is over there at the Pontchartrain, which is 200 or 300 yards from here, and has a report. Lee?
Yes, David. Mr. Bush confirmed the reports that you and John had a few minutes ago, that it was a total surprise to the former ambassador when he got the phone call. I was told that he was in a polo shirt and sneakers and not prepared to go out again tonight when he got the word. David Burrington was up there as the ambassador met with newsmen on the 19th floor of the Pontchartrain. David, what else did he have to say?
Well, he met very briefly, and he was still in his polo shirt when he talked with us. He said he had been absolutely surprised. He was convinced, as he was heading for bed, that this was going the other way. He was convinced he was not going to be the nominee. He said that he accepted Ronald Reagan's choice with enthusiasm, that he would work for a Republican victory.
I think the ambassador was not the only person in the Pontchartrain surprised. As the word came in, his supporters began to gather on the 19th floor. It's a small hallway up there in a very small area around the elevators. There was absolute pandemonium, a total crush of people, and the cheers went up both in the arena and in the hallway before the Secret Service arrived, but they are now here, and the ambassador has retired for the evening. John Chancellor?
Thank you, Lee. I'm on the balcony here with Theodore H. White, and Teddy White and I have been talking. I think we both agree, Teddy, that the process was very ragged tonight, but you believe that the outcome is not bad for the Republican Party. Is that right?
I certainly do. This is a first, out of the past 35 years, we've been governed for 22 years by presidents who entered via the vice presidency. This man, Bush, really measures up. He has class. I've been following him now for almost a year from New Hampshire right to the very end. He has grace, strength. He's a war hero, has 2 DFCs, was shot down over the Bonin Islands, and he has a sense of humor, which I like in a president. He passes the jelly bean test that Mrs. Reagan put for all candidates yesterday, when she said the man who's going to be vice president must like jelly beans. I was with him the other night watching President Ford on the air, and a huge sack of popcorn, chest high, was delivered to him by one of the bellboys, and he said, but I ordered the big size. He's a family man. He has one of the absolutely most charming wives I've met in politics. I'm not making a stump speech for George Bush. There are faults, but this is not the time to go into them. I think it's a time of reassurance that out of a process as disgraceful as this, we've got someone who, if need be, can lead this country.
All right, Teddy, we'll do his faults tomorrow. You've done his virtues very well tonight. Thank you. We'll get to his faults, but now here's David.
Thank you. Thanks, Teddy. George Bush, after he got tonight's famous phone call, he might have dropped the phone, but he didn't, so far as we know, came outside after a suitable pause and had a few words to say, and it was a few minutes ago, so we have them now on tape, and here they go.
We could have quiet, please. Quiet, please. Just a moment.
This him down.
All right, quiet. Quiet. No, Jim. I'm good. Thank you. Okay.
Just a few minutes before he appeared at the convention, out of a clear blue sky, I might add, Governor Reagan called me up and asked if I would be willing to run with him on this ticket. He was most gracious in the invitation, and I, of course, was very, very pleased to be invited to do this should the convention take the final action. I was surprised And the other emotion was, I, of course, was very pleased. I indicated, as I said in my speech tonight over there, it is absolutely essential that Governor Reagan be elected the next president of the United States, and that he feels I might be of some help in the ticket, and then if he's successful in that job is an enormous compliment, and I feel honored by it. And I told him only one thing, and that is, I did tell him I would do what all Republicans should do, enthusiastically support this platform. And secondly, I told him I would work for his election. And that's the way it is. And I am, of course, delighted. And if the convention does what he has asked them to do, I will be an enthusiastic running mate.
Mr. Bush, what do you think happened? How did this happen?
I have no indication, and as I told you, and I leveled with all of you, it was a total surprise to me.
Why a total surprise, Ambassador? Your name was...
Well, but you people were circulating a lot of rumors out there, and maybe they were based on a lot of fact, that there were other considerations. And indeed, wait, may I finish, please? And indeed, Governor Reagan confirmed that Gerald Ford, for whom he has enormous respect and for whom I have enormous respect, gave some indication earlier on that there could be some interest there. So, was a surprise? A surprise means that you didn't know about it.
Were you shaken as it was reported early in the evening on television? You said were you shaken by the fact
No, I'm
that
not shaken.
Then, when it was going to be...
I was not shaken then. I never expected that Governor Reagan owed me an invitation of any kind.
Did you have an inkling when you got that tremendous reception? I was there on the floor. That was quite an ovation you got.
No, because I'll be very candid with you. I thought it was going another direction.
Well, George and Barbara Bush talking about the good news.
He very clearly was surprised, John. He wasn't dressed for any kind of ceremonious,
absolutely right,
public political occasion.
It was, I guess, a wild night is one way to describe it for those of us who are trying to cover this convention from all news organizations. I think NBC did quite well with its reporting. We'll be talking about that privately with our people, but I would like to say that Chris Wallace of NBC News broke the story. He's down on before anybody else. He's down on the floor now with our other floor reporters who really, you guys worked very, very hard tonight. Chris, what are your thoughts?
John, it was a wild night. We had just finished an interview with Tom Evans from Delaware, one of the most important congressional supporters in the Reagan campaign, saying that it was locked up, that Ford was going to go for the deal. We came walking down this aisle here where we've been getting a lot of good information, we thought, all night. And suddenly Frank Donatelli, one of the Reagan regional political directors, the people who have been giving the marching orders to this campaign, to the delegates here, comes running down the aisle shouting, "It's Bush, it's Bush." And I tried to grab him, and before I had, he'd already gone down the aisle into a mass of people. He was trying to get out the word to delegates so they wouldn't be surprised when Ronald Reagan came in. Behind him came another regional political director, Don Totten, who runs Illinois and Michigan for Reagan. I grabbed him. We got up on a couple of chairs. We looked around frantically for a camera. And he announced, Don Totten, a state representative from Illinois, was the one who announced to the country who Reagan's vice presidential choice would be. So are these kinds of things done at conventions.
The kid did it. This is Chris's first convention. He was asking we veterans, he says, how do you cover a condition? Tonight you found out, and tomorrow night we'll all be asking you, what have you done lately for us, Chris?
We're not going to let him come back tomorrow night.
I won't get a word in edgewise tomorrow night.
I think all of us have experiences. Sometime in the dim, distant past of this evening, I was walking along through the crowds here, and I talked to somebody, I forgot who it was and from which delegation, and he said to me, Garrett, I think this Ford thing is camouflage. And maybe he had a point at that time, that there was one school of thought that they were going to talk to Ford a little bit, and then it would break down early on, and they'd go to Bush and say, hey, they'd say to the conservatives who don't like Bush, look, we tried it, Ford doesn't go, and it has to be Bush. But they got in over their heads, evidently. They couldn't get out of it, and it was a rather embarrassing situation in the end for the whole Reagan team here.
I think it was not. I think it was more than an embarrassment. I think it was something less than a disaster, but I think it was a very bad night for the Reagan organization. It demonstrated at least that it's not well organized, that it demonstrated that it was willing to negotiate certain
very important parts of the presidency, and it left a lot of important political leaders in the Republican Party around the country with more than egg on their face. Governor Thompson of Illinois, Governor Ray of Iowa, Minority Whip Bob Michael of Illinois, who was running the floor for Governor Reagan here. All of these people and many others of equal stature thought that the deal had been struck and were telling us that the deal, in fact, was 95% of the way done, that they were coming over here, they were glad, they were pumping each other up, and then the deal came apart without any warning to them whatsoever. I think tonight that they can't be very happy about it. I watched Bill Brock, who's been instrumental, I know, in putting together the Reagan and the Ford people, and he had a look of glazed shock on his eyes as he sat up there, and I'm not trying to be overstating it. He was a man who'd been hit square between the eyes, it seems to me. I don't think that for a party and a candidate who came to Detroit determined to put on the best possible face to the rest of the country about organization and political sophistication, and to do it within the prime time of television, that they did a very good job of it. That's an understatement. I don't know what you think, Pettit.
Well, I don't know exactly what I think. I think that, first of all, I better put the microphone up there. I was struck by the possibility that maybe we were all using each other all day. The politicians using us to spread these rumors with the speed of light, as David put it. We using the rumors to spread ourselves with the speed of light. I'm not certain that the Reagan people didn't use us badly in that regard to keep the Ford story alive. Because once you begin looking at the conditions that former President Ford was talking about, they're absolutely impossible for anybody who wants to be the real president to accept. So I'm not entirely convinced that that was any more than a ploy and that we fell victim. We walked into the trap, so to speak. And so when Bush was announced, that should have been no surprise because I knew it this morning.
No, wait a minute. I knew it 2 days ago. Let's get...
Still, though, I think a point that has to be made, or a question that has to be raised, to what extent were the Reagan forces perhaps using the whole Ford story here and the excitement that was being generated as pressure on Gerald Ford sitting back in his hotel suite?
There was all kinds of pressure being exerted one way and
then it got out of control.
I'm sure that must have irritated Ford.
And networks competing for scoops, in a sense, were being used.
And it did get out of control, but the fact is that one political leader after another would lead. I mean, Thompson would lead me to Ray, and Ray would lead me to Dole, and Dole would lead me. I mean, the fact is, it was a kind of a handoff. We were, no doubt, we were playing a big part of it, and we were kept. Occasionally, we got carried away with the story.
Let me just make one observation for the evening, and that is that this is just my opinion. That all things considered, the factors that were involved in permitting Ford to be on the ticket, the constitutional questions that were raised, all of that, plus the positive values that attach to George Bush, might mean, this is just my opinion, that George Bush might be a better candidate than Jerry Ford was.
Yeah, I don't think that it's irreparable by any means. I think that they have, by their standards, a very strong ticket coming out of here, and that they can still have a couple of days left of this convention, many weeks of the campaign. Chris?
We were talking with Barbara Conable, a congressman from New York, and one of the most respected Republicans in the House, up in the gallery here, and that was the point he made. He said that the Reagan-Ford ticket may make sense politically, but it makes no sense at all in terms of government. That next January it will be a disaster. The other thought I have is that before this convention, I went around to a lot of the top officials in the Republican Party and in the Reagan campaign, and I said, what do you want to achieve? And to a man, the one thing they all said is competence. Jimmy Carter is an incompetent president. People feel things are out of control, and we want to demonstrate that we can run a good convention, and therefore we can run a good, sound, stable country.
So much for that theory.
That's right. And that's the point. That was their main objective, and they failed to do it tonight miserably.
I think one thing the Reagan people are probably thinking about right now is that they're not out of the woods. There's one more day to go in this convention tomorrow. There are some very angry people down here. They're the whole Jesse Helms contingent over on that side of the floor. They have said for several days now that if Bush is the nominee, they would put Helms' name in nomination as a protest move. They feel they've been badly mistreated by the Reagan force, by the Reagan staff. They've been embarrassed. Jesse Helms went home early tonight when he thought the whole thing was wrapped up with Ford, feeling fine because he would accept Ford. Then he was called or watched the news on the television, and he is going to be furious tomorrow. And you're going to come tomorrow night, the final night of this convention, and the Reagan force may not only have George Bush, their second choice as a running mate, they're going to have some very angry conservative Republicans led by Jesse Helms.
Hey, I got an idea. Let's just continue this and we'll start the Today program right here. Either that or let's wrap it up and get some sleep. Some of us have to get up in a little while. What more can we say?
What you just heard was a paid political announce it on today's show.
That's unpaid political.
Thank you all for very, very, very good work tonight. Really outstanding.
You lads
Thank you, lads.
well too.
We were saying
go ahead. I have just one or two brief remarks to make in terms of Reagan's management of this. The first thing is, of course, that Reagan is a good campaigner, and he won a lot of primaries, and he gets high marks, it seems to me, for that. Won it fair and square. He was going against a field, other than George Bush, that was not a very strong field of candidates. He was the most familiar face in that field, and I think that had a lot to do with his winning. He's a good campaigner. I don't think that his campaign has demonstrated good management. They spent about 75% of their money, $10 or $12 billion, I suppose, in the primaries, before they really got to the primaries. Badly managed money, which they admitted. They got here, they were unable to control the platform. The platform has saddled the Reagan campaign with things that will hurt it in the fall. They got into the convention. Last night they ran over so badly the keynote had to be canceled. And today we had an absolute fiasco in terms of management.
We were talking here last night, John, about the fact that dividing the powers of the presidency is A, absurd, and B, impossible.
We have excuse me, David, but we have some tape to show you now of Martin Anderson and Richard Allen, two of Ronald Reagan's advisors. Coming up.
Who is Governor Reagan's chief domestic advisor, and Dick Allen, his chief foreign affairs advisors. Gentlemen, I suppose the question that everybody is asking is, what happened? We thought the deal was almost set. It fell apart at the last minute, didn't it?
No, I think that the governor had looking at a wide range of candidates and went through a careful process, and after some long, lengthy discussion with Gerald Ford, decided that he wanted George Bush on the ticket, and I think we've got a very strong ticket for the fall.
Well, but it was a little bit more than just reviewing Gerald Ford as another candidate, wasn't it, Mr. Allen?
Well, of course, we weren't there for the entire decision-making process, but as Martin said, the governor did choose George Bush and was very pleased to have the opportunity to chat with him, and went immediately down to the convention hall, placed his name in before the convention as a suggestion, and we were dispatched to go over and to convey the good wishes of the governor to Ambassador Bush and Mrs. Bush, and convey Mrs. Reagan's greetings to the family, and to say hello to all the Bush team, which we'll be working with very closely over the course of the next
We
few
heard
months.
reports that President Ford was asking too high a price to return to national life as a vice presidential candidate. Any truth to that? That Governor Reagan in the end just wouldn't buy?
I'm not aware of that. I couldn't comment on that.
Mr. Allen?
I don't think I could comment on that either, and we'll go on to our meeting now. We'll look forward to seeing you
I'll ask
tomorrow.
you one more question. What sort of mood is the governor in today?
The governor is in a very ecstatic mood, I'd say. He feels very
Not angry at all about the events of this evening?
No, not at all.
Not feeling this is the second choice, not the first?
No, this was his first choice in this case. And
How does he feel about his staff men right now? I understand that we're told, at least, that he's rather upset, Mr. Allen.
Well, we may find it out when we get back.
Yeah.
Martin Anderson and Dick Allen, who are two of Ronald Reagan's principal advisors, and I'm Douglas Kiker, and now back to the booth.
We have been told that the Ford side in these Ford-Reagan negotiations was willing to continue the negotiations, but that would have carried them into tomorrow, which is supposed to be the great laying on of hands, the acceptance speech, and I suppose that's one of the reasons why they were broken off. But it does, the Ford people are now saying the Reagan people broke it off.
Well, they had to settle it by tomorrow because this couldn't be dragged on any longer. The delegates have to be told who the president nominee's choice is so they can vote on it. So he wound up with Bush, who was the favorite of most of the delegates in the first place. And also the politicians in the party we have talked to about the campaign have felt that Bush would be more likely to help Reagan get elected than anyone else he could have chosen, because he is strong in parts of the country where Reagan is not so strong. For example, in the Northeast, the only part of the country where Reagan came out with less than half of the votes in the primaries. We're about to wrap it up, John. Any last word from you before we go?
No, I don't know that I want to go through many more nights like this, but it was a wonderful story, whatever party you belong to.
I know, and we were all hearing that the Republican convention was going to be dull. Well, tonight was not dull. Tomorrow starts at 6 o'clock. Tomorrow night they will nominate Bush vice president. Reagan will accept. We'll be here with all of it beginning at 6 o'clock. Until then, thank you and good night.
This has been an NBC News special report.